Tradoon. Tradoon. We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to one and all. Whether you're watching right now live, and thank you, everybody who's here bright and early on this Thursday, regardless of time zone, and to whoever's watching this later on, not live, either in the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time here, then let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on a particular kind of fossil, dinosaur fossils, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. I know that's kind of an archetype, a stereotype maybe, but I do work on dinosaurs, so that's what I talk about here on Twitch. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I excavate dinosaurs during the summers. We were actually live streaming that this summer in Wyoming and Utah, digging up dinosaurs with the Utah Geological Survey to be housed at the University of Utah. the Natural History Museum of Utah. And then early on, when we were in Wyoming, we were digging up fossils that will be reposited at the Cincinnati Museum of Natural History. So yeah, anyway, check out the YouTube page if you want to see recordings of those live streams. It was a ton of fun, and what a privilege to be able to broadcast that kind of scientific work live on Twitch. Remarkable opportunity for some outreach there. Really excited to go do that again next year. Even more of that. Oh, it's going to be great. Now, let me scroll through chat here and say hello to everybody before we get into our Thursday BIRDSday festivities. And before we get into some of the new dinosaurs that have been published recently. Not all of which we've even talked about over the past few months, so we're going to kind of play catch-up there a little bit. You'll be hearing about some brand new dinosaurs from the last couple months. I think one of them may have been last week. We've got some Thessaliosaurus news and a bunch of other stuff too, so should be fun. And if anyone has got any questions, particularly any new people or any lurkers, I don't want you to be shy about asking questions. That's the beating heart of these streams, is questions and answers. That's what sets Twitch as a live streaming platform aside from platforms like YouTube and stuff like that. You can ask me questions live, and I will be more than happy to answer your questions. It's that live interactivity that makes this whole thing special, so yeah. If you've got questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about science in general, don't hesitate with those questions. And I'll kind of let those accumulate as I go through chat here and say hello to everybody. Apologies for being a little bit late today, too. OBS took about 20 minutes today to actually register my main camera. I had to restart my computer about 5 times and restart OBS probably 20 times. Really irritating, but finally got it. I don't know why it does that. Anyway, Matt M33 seems to have been first today. How you doing, Matt? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Layer T, what's shaking with you? Hello, hello. A truck horn, good to see you here with those dancing gecko emotes. Welcome, welcome. And Claire Burr, hello, hello to you. I hope things are good in your part of the world, Claire. Scrolling. Tommy Ploticus, Ghostly Ghoul, Texas Cryptid. How are you all doing? I'm glad you could make it today. It's good to have you here. Science Streams, what is shaking with you, Belen? I hope everything has been going great. It's great to see you, as it always is. Ghostly Ghoul, did I say hello to you, Ghostly Ghoul? Welcome. And Kodali, welcome if I've not greeted you yet properly. Victoria says, new dinosaurs? Yes, indeed. Dark Mock Rises, I'm glad you like the music before the stream starts. Tony is my baby, hello, hello, how are you doing? Really glad that you appreciated Pacific Plankton's stream yesterday. I'm so glad we were able to raid in to Pacific Plankton yesterday.
Narrow to what we understand.
True.
On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
And Deerbits, what a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. If you type in a chat, it might take me a minute to get to your message. I'm trying to scroll through all these usernames here. Ash Rubber, hello, hello. Zorox88, sysadmin, and what it do? Hello, hello, everybody. It is good to have you here. Lenina, how's your Thursday going, Lenina? It's good to see you. Thank you for everything you do, Lenina, moderation-wise. Likewise to Claire Burr. Murph, what's shaking with you, Murph? Hello, hello. Andit then did. Welcome, Andit. Scrolling. Oliver, Mammalicide. There you go, Oliver. You know, sometimes mammals get the deep six, you know? It happens. A waste of time. There you go, Sculpin. Oh, don't get me started on that again. But good to have you here, Sculpin. Welcome, welcome. Blues Traveler, how are you doing? I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Rayzilla says, is the coelacanth painted? No, I've not had time to paint any 3D prints. Oh, shoot. Thank you for reminding me of the 3D prints, by the way. I gotta change out the filament on this real quick. And I'll show you what we've got so far printed. This is the last piece from the left side of a Pachycephalosaurus skull. A life-size one. So let me change out the filament here before the spool runs out, because that'll ruin our print if that happens. I'll go take care of that right now.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Goldie Ghosty.
All right, thank you for your patience there. I appreciate that. I'll show you when I get down to the bottom of chat. I'll show you what we've got so far of this. And Murph, thank you for gifting Goldie Ghosty there. I appreciate that very much, Murph. Thank you, thank you. Only Saurus is here too. Welcome, welcome, Only Saurus. Goldie Ghosty, I'm glad you're here too, and I'm glad you got a gift sub. And Deerbits, well, check out that purple check mark next to your name. Welcome, welcome, Deerbits. It's good to have you here. Not to blow up your spot as a Twitch partner, but it's good to have you here. And Sculpin, my goodness, 5 gift subs from Sculpin. Do I appreciate that or what? Thank you so much, Sculpin.
Scuffin01 just changed
That
things with those 5 gift subs.
is excellent, and I appreciate it very much, Sculpin. Holy cow. We are a little bit behind on our sub goal for the week, but that helps out, Sculpin. It does. And I'm sure there are 5 chatters who are very, very happy to not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. That'll take them into December. And they get all those emotes and everything. Thank you, Sculpin, for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for being so generous to this community. I appreciate it. Scrolling down. Gary Ankela says, spool is cool. It is a cool word, isn't it? Yeah. But the spool of 3D printer filament I had there
Spectacular, spared no expense.
almost depleted.
Lenina gifted
Lenina.
a tier 1 sub to Moist Chewy.
Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate that very much.
Chew for the
And-
professor.
Belen, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that.
And it's therefore
And
likely that we're here today.
we got a hype train
because
going here.
By the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Except for birds. But yeah, Mighty Draz, thank you for those 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. We've got a hype train going. Approaching a level 2 here. Let's see how high we can get this thing. Alright, scrolling through chat, trying to get to the bottom. Golganek is here too. Welcome, welcome, Golganek. Tea Time Cat. I'm pleased that you've arrived. It is good to have you here. Mighty Draz, thank you again for those 11 months. And the Mayor of Space. How are you doing, Mayor? Welcome back. But yeah. Refunding my bones? Says Gary Ankelis. I don't remember doing that. But I'm glad you've got a bunch, Gary Ankelis. It's good. Bones are a good thing to have if you're a vertebrate animal.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Mangort, thank you for those 100 bits. That is brilliant. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Holy cow. Our Pachycephalosaurus continues to print. Averted disaster by removing that almost depleted spool. And let me show you what we've got printed so far of this critter. This is the piece that was printing yesterday. This is from the back of the skull here. So this is the rear quarter like that.
Let the celebration commence.
And thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits, advancing the hype train there. I appreciate that. We're almost to a level 2 here. Lovely. So yeah, this is part of the skull of our Pachycephalosaurus. Let me show you what it'll look like when completed. There we go. It'll look, well, like this. Yeah. Pachycephalosaurus. So this is the rear part of the left side of the skull. Right back there, you see all those big spikes on the back? Yeah. And then we have the front part of the skull as well. I've taken the liberty of gluing 2 of these before today's stream. Took a little longer than I thought it would, but there we go. We've even got the orbit right here, the eye socket. This is going to be big when it's done, because it is life-size. Right now, the part that is printing is this part in the middle, part of that big skull dome right there. So, yeah. It basically should look like this. Put it in front of the camera. Yeah. And then the right side, I'll start printing, I guess, tomorrow. And hopefully by the end of next week, we'll have the whole thing finished. So, very excited about that. Yeah, and it is turning out cool, Golganek. It is. And next year's Halloween outfit? No, Javasaurus, no. That's still too narrow to fit my head in there, I think. Dinosaurs tend to have fairly narrow heads for how long they are, and Pachycephalosaurs, you would think they'd be an exception, but they're kind of not. They still have fairly narrow skulls. When I made that Ceratosaurus Halloween costume, I had to sculpt the skull from scratch. I couldn't use a previously existing scan or anything. I had to sculpt that from scratch in order to make the back of it wide enough to fit my head. So yeah. Anyway. And that's big boy, PLA or PHG? Oh, PLA for sure, Lucky Sausage, yeah. And that's not big compared to some of the other prints that I've done. Holy cow. Take a look at these other 3D prints that I have. Full-size Protoceratops over there. Camarasaurus. Dilophosaurus over my right shoulder there. And I've got an Allosaurus skull over here too. Let me grab that. Check that out. Yeah. This took about how much was it? I want to say it was like 700 or 800 hours of printing. I feel like I give a different answer every time. But this took a long time to print on my little Prusa printer. But pretty excited about that. I've not had a chance to paint any of my recent prints. I will be doing that. I might be doing that next month, actually. Well, no, I'll print some of them before then. Anyway, yeah. Because I'm going to be using some of these as teaching aids when I start teaching again on the weekends. Doing some dinosaur classes for kids at a local museum, and I'm very excited about that. Mangort says, such a cool use of a 3D printer. I appreciate that, Mangort. I do. Yeah. And Dearbit says, I wonder if you could get away with a bit less infill to save time. That's a great suggestion there, Dearbits. Right now, I'm opting for only 5%, when I think 20% is the default for my slicing software. I could maybe try and bring it down to like 2%, but I'm not sure if that's even possible. I think the lowest under 5% might be 0. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I could also just try upping the speed on the printer, because you can adjust the speed on a Prusa printer like this. I have it set to 100%, but you can take it up to like, I don't know how high you can take it. But I suspect that the higher speed you go, the lower quality you get. Set it to 11 at Mangort, and there you go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. I'm actually gonna be moving. I think I have a place lined up that I'm gonna be moving to. My landlord decided she was gonna sell the apartment. We would have to move, and then she changed her mind, but at that point, I'd already put the wheels in motion to, like, start moving. So I'm gonna be moving to a place with cheaper rent in December. And, I think my streaming space there is gonna be significantly cooler than what we have right here, if you can imagine that. So, yeah. And we'll have kind of a modular space is the idea, so I can change out the different things I have behind me every day. It won't be static like this. Day to day, we will have different 3D prints and other things on display. So, very excited about that. Yeah. It's still going to be pricey and very time-consuming to move. I might have to take a few days off of streaming in order to make that happen. So, it's going to stretch my budget a little bit, but I think I'm actually really excited about this. So, yeah. Anyway, let me go put this back. And if anybody's got any questions about anything, don't be shy. Let me go put this back where it was. Yeah. Anywho. Mangort says, same city? Nearby, Mangort. Nearby. I'm not moving across state lines or anything. Still staying in the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. And how far is Portland from San Francisco? Oh, pretty far, Smorphosaurus. That's like... It's like a day's drive or something? I don't know. You can look it up. It's far away. Portland, Oregon is like... Yeah. I know I passed through Portland on my way to Seattle when I took the train in late September. I left Oakland at like 9 p.m. Train went all night. I think got to Portland at like 5 or 6 p.m. the next day, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, and close enough to keep the P.O. box? I'm gonna see about that, but looks like it, Risudego. Oh, and by the way, if Muffzilla shows up in chat, please let me know, because I received a package from Muffzilla, and I'm excited to open that. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Sarah Blam says, where do you get the 3D print patterns from? Are they yours or group scanning in skeletons? So, from a number of different places. Some of them are actually files that you can purchase online. So, like the juvenile Tyrannosaurus right here, you can purchase those files online. And it's funny because that's actually based on a specimen I helped excavate. The skull right here of this juvenile Tyrannosaurus, that's based on a specimen called Chomper Rex. MOR 6025, I think? Chomper Rex? Is it 6025? There we go. There is a reconstruction of the skull right there. This is the world's smallest and youngest T-Rex. And, yeah. I helped excavate parts of that specimen in 2013 and 2014. Exciting stuff. So yeah, that's where I got that. Other ones are freely available online. Like our Euplacephalus, the Deinonychus skull right here. This baby Triceratops skull right here, I actually scanned myself at the museum. So I made this file myself. Took a lot of work, but got it done. And yeah, and some of the other specimens that I have are actually scans done by other paleontologists that I have requested or they've sent me of their own accord so that I could print them. Oh, yeah, and then I have a number of other things that I've sculpted. So our Trirarchuncus right here. This is our Alvarezsaur dinosaur. This is a brand new genus and species in 2020. I'm one of the authors on the paper. I sculpted this myself, digitally. I did that live on stream, actually. This was... what, like last February or something that I sculpted this? I forget. But I printed it and very proud of that. This is the first new dinosaur that I ever had my name on as an author on the paper. So pretty excited about that. Yeah. So yeah. And Harry says, what are the material costs roughly for one of those bigger models? Harry, for one of these, like the... say the juvenile Tyrannosaurus right here? That was probably about... maybe $100, maybe $150 worth of filament? Something like that? Yeah, and then some paint, and acrylic rods to hold it up, and stuff like that. Yeah, and a lot of glue. But it's significantly less expensive than trying to purchase something like that. So, let me show you. The Pachycephalosaurus that I am currently printing. This skull right here, part of which is printing right now. This is going to cost... And Josh Abba, Jim Blando, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. This, if you were to purchase that, like, already assembled and everything, not even 3D printed, but, like, molded and cast in resin, it would be... oh, goodness. Well, here. All told, in order to print that whole Pachycephalosaurus skull, that's going to be about maybe $75 of material, just because it's so robust. There's so much there. So $75 worth of material, plus electricity, and paint and stuff. But if you were to purchase a cast, essentially of the same specimen, that's going to run you about $3,000. From something like Fossil Crates. Here's a link. So, having your own 3D printer and the drive and patience to use it and fiddle with it and repair it when it goes bad, stuff like that, it can save you a lot of money. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Musaica, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And anyway, I hope all that makes sense. I'm really excited to do some more prints in the future. In fact, my old crew chief here, has been doing a lot of printing for his museum. This is Denver Fowler, who is curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And he is printing... oh, he just printed this Proceratosaurus skull, which is also freely available online. It is it's very thin, front to, side to side, but anyway, really cool print. And here is mine that I printed. Those of you who were here will remember this. Shoot, this is not beginning properly. No, let's just go like that. Yeah, I have that right over here. So, this is really cool because there's only one specimen like this in the entire world. And obviously, I still have yet to paint this and everything. But there it is right there. There's only one specimen like this in the entire world. And yet, it's in England, by the way. Yet I hear, without even leaving the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, I can print my very own, which is really, really cool. So if I were, say, studying the evolution of early Tyrannosauroids, this would be really important to have. It would save me the cost of a trip to London to be able to study it, you know? So, yeah, and you're from Santa Cruz, or you're in Santa Cruz. Very cool, Hacky for Life. Very cool. Santa Cruz is beautiful. I was just there last spring. Now, let me see if I can find that. There's actually a clip of this specimen from this documentary, Dinosaur Britain. And here we go. Yeah. Here, take a look at this. True. Hey, Green Sunnies. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Sorry this is reversed, but I have to do this so that YouTube won't freak out when I upload the VOD to YouTube. Yeah. There's Dippy right there. Yeah. We're not sure about that. A direct descendant. That's strong phrasing. Direct descendant. This goofy documentary. Proceratosaurus. It's looking a little chunky there, honestly. Should probably be a bit more gracile. Does the Triceratops, is it still mounted like that in the NHM in London? Because that's way outdated. Like, that's, oh boy. Anyway, yeah. And Oliver was saying, what's with the hood ornament on that guy? Oh, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that, because this reconstruction of this critter right here is almost certainly wrong, or at least incomplete. We'll talk about why. And Teresa says, I could have come from Europe since they were still attached to Britain back then, right? It depends. So back then we're talking about tens of millions of years, and sea levels had risen and fallen and risen and fallen, and so things changed a lot back and forth back then, obviously, over tens of millions of years. But say if we go back to, let's say, 90 million years ago. Europe was basically a series of islands in kind of a semi-shallow tropical sea today. Europe was a lot like the Mediterranean is today, I suppose you could say. So yeah, parts of Great Britain would have been an island like this. If we go back to 105 million years ago, it looks roughly like this. 120 million years ago. 150 million years ago. This is about the same time that dinosaur, Proceratosaurus, the one that we're watching in the video. This is about what, well, I guess Great Britain looks a lot like it does today at that moment. But sea levels were a bit higher back then. A lot more of it's underwater. Aunt Nem, thank you for those 4 months of support. I appreciate that, Aunt Nem. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for that long. Appreciate you. So yeah. The Atlantic Ocean gets bigger and bigger and bigger as we move forward in time closer to the present. So, because the Atlantic Ocean didn't used to exist. Go back to 240 million years ago. There is no Atlantic Ocean. Africa is stuck here next to South America, next to North America, and next to Europe and Asia. You could basically walk almost anywhere on Earth on land without even getting wet back during the late Triassic period. Oh, this would be the middle Triassic period here. But yeah. Anyway, with that having been said, let's get back into this and let's talk about how this critter right here, Proceratosaurus, is an early precursor of the Tyrannosaurs. And we'll talk about the critters that it's related to and what it may have actually looked like, given that. There's that skull. I hope Steve Brusatte wasn't involved with actually helping design the, digital assets here. The little CG Tyrannosaur that's running around there, Proceratosaurus, because it's very wrong. Ugh. Yep. I love that we're getting all this footage of the skull up close like this. This is really excellent information for when it comes time to actually paint this thing. So I can make it look as close to the original as possible. Oh, yeah. The incisor teeth in the front, yeah. So, yes, and that might be an oversimplification of what happened, though. I'll tell you why. So, well, I wonder what chat is longtime community members, what am I going to say about this? What should they take into account here? And we do have evidence that some of the relatives had feathers. Yes, time. Yeah, but what specifically, Claire Burr? Oh, not quite, Andy. Charlie's Dragon, yes! Ontogeny. Yes, indeed. So this dinosaur, Proceratosaurus, the skull that you see right here is incomplete. And Denver Fowler actually points that out in this series of tweets here. So again, there is my print right there, replying to his
Ontogeny
thread here. And yep, there's the real thing at the Natural History Museum in London. And you can see how the top of it is sheared off. We think that this is a good approximation for what the skull would look like when it was complete. So there would have been a big delicate crest up top, and this is what we see in this animal's relatives. Critters like Guanlong. Guanlong is an early tyrannosauroid from China. Around the same time, I think it's also from the late Jurassic, and we know it had this bony crest on its skull as well. They don't show that in the documentary clip that we just saw. They're just like, oh yeah, well it's got this little bump on the front of its nose, and no. This was a big crest that stretched over like that, and it's gone. And so Denver points that out right here. He says, so a savvy 3D modeler now needs to make a restoration of the crest and skull roof that can be 3D printed as a hat to fit on top of the NHM model. This restoration from Wikipedia by Conti. Conti must be the artist name. Yeah, who else is replying to that? Yeah. Anyway. The interesting thing about Guanlong is that it might also be a juvenile. Guanlong, I believe, is from pretty much the same time and place as another similar meat-eating dinosaur. So, 2 individuals are currently known, a partially complete adult and a nearly complete juvenile. I think the juvenile one is where we actually have the skull from. But let's see, what geological formation is it from? The Shishigao Formation. There's another similar dinosaur from the Shishigao Formation called Monolophosaurus. Monolophosaurus is a good deal bigger, and it's got a bigger crest. Well, I mean, the whole animal is bigger. But it's also got a crest on its snout like that. I've not seen a really convincing argument that these are not the same dinosaur. It could be that Monolophosaurus is the adult and Guanlong is the juvenile, which could mean that Proceratosaurus, given that it's pretty similar to Guanlong, might also be a juvenile. Parts of it look pretty juvenile. It's got a big ol' eye socket. It's very lightly built. So yeah, interesting stuff. And what did that crest do? Asked Hecky for Life. It was almost certainly for display. We see this sort of thing a lot in different in different theropod dinosaurs, from some of the earliest of the big theropods. Critters like Dilophosaurus. We have similar things going on. So here, check this out from Brian Eng's video right here. This is
all the way up into the crest. The crest is
cool stuff.
Dilophosaurus's crest is the result of taking this developmental pattern to a bizarre extreme and expanding those airspaces upward, so much so that we don't even know the full size and shape of Dilophosaurus's bony crests because the top edge isn't even preserved.
Much the same as with Proceratosaurus right here. This top part isn't even preserved. And it's probably not preserved because it would have been very, very delicate. You know, this would be all full of air. Very, very thin, wispy bone up here. It's, yeah, not super resilient and not very good at fossilizing, if that makes sense. And Heggy says, so nasal cavities. Yeah, it's hooked up to the nasal cavities. Like pretty much all theropod dinosaurs, it's very airy. It's like a bird on the inside, just full of air sacs and hollows, pneumaticity, as we call it in the biz.
Because of the lateral crushing of the fossils, it's also a bit unclear how many layers of thin-walled, air-filled bone actually make up each of the crests. And the large...
Yeah, this specimen. So when I was at UCMP, when I was in high school, this is in Berkeley, California, just down the road from me. I was actually just there on Tuesday. I helped work on this specimen. This is the, like, original Dilophosaurus skull. And the crest here is incredibly thin. Like, there is probably more glue here than there is bone. It's nuts. Incredibly, incredibly thin to the point where it's like a potato chip. Or I guess if you're from a Commonwealth country, you might call it a crisp. A potato crisp. Incredibly, incredibly thin, delicate, and it's not as brittle anymore because it's been soaked with glue to help consolidate it, but extremely delicate stuff. And I had to help stabilize this specimen so it wouldn't continue to fall apart when I was there at Berkeley. Yeah. Tris Aspis says I wouldn't be able to tell that as a skull. I mean, yeah, here's the eye socket right here, the interorbital fenestra, the nares, the nostril. There's one of the premaxillary teeth. There's that notch in the jaw, and there's one of the maxillary teeth right there.
Largest specimen with the best preserved crest has areas...
Look at how thin that is. Look at how thin that is right there. Extremely thin or no bone all throughout here. And it's much the same for a dinosaur like this.
Bone, reinforcing the inside of the one...
And by the way, this is Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd right here holding this. I don't know if they show her face on camera, but she was my mentor when I was in high school working at UCMP. I owe a lot to Pat.
Crest.
I mean, if this is
look at how thin that is.
None of this might even be visible externally, but it's interesting to note.
Living bone is much more durable than brittle fossils. And so much of the fossil crest is missing or crushed that it's hard to quantify exactly how strong the bone alone would have been.
Yep. Yeah. And Will62, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
But Dilophosaurus's crests would have been far more durable for another reason. Believe it or not, it's not just extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled, bony crests.
No, some living dinosaurs do too, and this is a perfect thing to discuss on Thursday BIRDSday right now. Yeah!
There are actually dozens of species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Yeah, like the cassowary.
Many modern birds also have air-filled bony crests connected to their sinuses, and all of them sheathe their crests in keratin, the same hard, horny material that makes up birds' beaks. Keratin is a remarkably durable material, so much so that large cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed.
So they actually, like, I've read, I don't know if it's 100% been verified, but they'll actually use that crest like a helmet as they're running through the undergrowth. And
remarkably durable material.
Yeah.
So much so that large
So they'll basically put their head down and they'll just crash through the underbrush through all the sticks and branches and stuff like that, using that crest, what we call a casque on a cassowary. That's the term that we have for that that crest on top of the skull. We call it a casque. C-A-S-Q-U-E, casque. Yeah.
Cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed. Some large hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests, and some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bone supporting them at all.
Yeah.
The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life. In some birds, the keratin expands the size of the crest up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest. Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these showy crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display, helping birds to communicate and attract mates. But they have other functions as well. One recent study demonstrated that cassowary crests are an important structure for thermal regulation.
Interesting.
By flushing the air-filled crest with blood, cassowaries can offload excess heat, which helps to keep their brains cool in the hot tropical climate where they live.
Interesting.
The hollow casques of hornbills may also help to amplify their calls. And because the air sacs throughout birds' bodies are connected back to their lungs, these air sacs help them to be highly efficient at absorbing oxygen while retaining water when they breathe.
Pretty cool stuff.
Like modern birds, hollow spaces in the bones of Dilophosaurus didn't stop with the crests on its head. In fact, Dilophosaurus shows the first signs of these air sacs invading its vertebrae.
Pretty neat.
This adaptation helped to lighten the bones, which helped enable Dilophosaurus and later large theropod dinosaurs to become giants, while increasingly elaborate air spaces in the bones of these smaller living theropods helped them become light enough to take flight. The wild expansion of these air sacs into the crest of Dilophosaurus suggests that sexual display and possibly thermal regulation, sound resonance, or moisture retention were among the main factors driving the evolution of these structures.
And that may very well be the same case.
Achieving giant size.
That might be the same case with our dinosaur here, with Proceratosaurus. So again, it makes sense that this part might be missing. Maybe, I don't know how they actually excavated this specimen in the first place. Did someone just dig through this because they didn't realize it was bone and it was just super delicate? Or did this part never get preserved in the first place? I don't know. But at any case, in any rate, this is what the skull of this animal should look like when complete. More or less like that. Big crest on top. And it's interesting. In later Tyrannosaurs, they lose this sort of thing. Tyrannosaurus, T-Rex, doesn't have any sort of a crest like that. They've got little crests over their eyes, what we call lacrimal crests, but nothing at all like this. This is really dramatic. And they don't have anything like that later on. I mean, you can see that right there, just a little bit of a bump is all they've got. So yeah. Steely Dan says it's like having a big CPU cooler on your head. I guess so, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. And David P. Glass says she seems very intense. Who is that? The, one of those birds that we saw? And Charlie's Dragon says that dinosaur should have had the decency to die in a place better for preserving its whole skull. Yeah, they're not always that considerate, dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. Oh, the lady in the video. I suppose you're right there. I think we just paused on an odd moment. Yeah. Anyway, she's a TV presenter. I think she's supposed to be intense. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah, that's Proceratosaurus. And how did we get into this in the first place? Oh yeah, we were talking about another professional paleontologist, one who runs a museum, Denver Fowler, doing 3D printing for his museum. And he seems to have a higher quality 3D printer than I do. This is a lot better at doing the teeth than mine was. I'm gonna have to do some repair work on these teeth, because they... ooh, boy. It might also be this particular kind of filament wasn't the best. So yeah. But Denver was doing some other 3D prints recently, too. More 3D printing this time, the Spinosaur Irritator. So we have been talking about printing an Irritator skull to be held together with magnets, and Denver's already gone ahead and done that, which is really, really cool. And it looks beautiful. I mean, holy cow, is that gorgeous. And this is really neat because it is held together with magnets. You can print it in such a way that you put magnets in at all of the joints, so you can disassemble the skull and then reassemble it through the magic of magnets. Pretty cool stuff. All of these different bones that make up the skull like that. It's a wonderful teaching tool, and I'm really, really excited to be able to print this. So yeah. And Will62 says, wow, that skull is narrow. Yeah, Spinosaurids tend to have extraordinarily narrow skulls. And in fact, Irritator, it almost has kind of a shorter skull than other Spinosaurs, so it doesn't even seem as narrow as some other Spinosaurid skulls. You look at the skull of, like, Suchomimus, and that is extraordinarily narrow and long. Man, this is cool stuff. Yeah, to me, Irritator skull looks almost kind of short. But, let's see here. Look at how narrow the skull of Suchomimus is here. That is pretty neat. I've seen a number of different reconstructions of the skull, and they all look a little bit different from one another. So I kind of wonder what's going on there. Yeah. But yeah, very, very narrow from side to side. Like those Indian crocs. Yeah, gharials is what you're thinking of, Will62. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway. Spinosaurids are one of the dinosaurs that I'm studying right now. One of the groups that I'm working on. And it doesn't look like we have a 3D printable Suchomimus skull anywhere online, or else I would be all over that. Yeah. Anyway. They mostly ate fish then? That's the idea, Teresa asked. Yeah. That's actually what I'm studying, and I've got a paper with Denver Fowler where we're going to be talking about that. Anyway, let's get rid of some of these tabs. And, yeah. What do you say we start talking about some of these new dinosaurs that have just been published in the last couple months? And, where is Sid? Cool game can we design for kids like Legos for dinosaurs to make? Where is Sid? That's the idea behind that Irritator skull, yeah. And Victorious, thank you for gifting Trusa Asp. I appreciate that. Trusa Sap, sorry. Like the tree extrusion, not like the venomous snake. Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk much about Ampelognathus, did we? it might be because I didn't have... No, I do have the paper. There we go. Beautiful. I'm a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. I should be able to access this. And it's open access. Beautiful. We've got a brand new dinosaur from Texas. From Texas, of all places. There we go. The first small-bodied ornithopod dinosaur from the Louisville Formation, Middle Cenomanian of Texas. And this is cool. Chris Noto is actually one of the authors on the paper. He's also an author on the Triarchonchus paper that I'm an author on, so there's a colleague. There's only one degree of separation here between me and Ampelognathus, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
And
Andrew Holding.
The 10 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Thank you for the raid, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you all doing? It's good to have you here. What's shaking? Matt Trumpets, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Feathers or go home? Oh yeah, it is Thursday BIRDSday today, Matt Trumpets. We'll be talking all about feathered dinosaurs in a little bit. Catatoon, what's shaking with you? Good to have you here. And Andrew Holding says, we are good. I'm glad to hear that. How did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. Looks like you were playing something called Baldur's Gate 3. Well. I hope it was fun. Good stuff. We're talking about this new dinosaur right now. Described from Texas recently. From the Woodbine Group of Texas, the Louisville Formation. Remains of a small ornithischian dinosaur. Remains of small ornithischian dinosaurs have been conspicuously absent from these rocks so far. But an almost complete left denary. The denary is the lower jawbone right here. The Louisville Formation represents a new small-bodied ornithopod taxon, Ampelognathus cohenai. New genus, new species. The denary is generally similar to those of non-iguanodontian ornithopods such as Hypsilophodon, Chengshunsaurus, Haya, and Convolusaurus. Ampelognathus occupied an unexpected but previously missing component of the mid-Cretaceous terrestrial fauna of southwestern Appalachia. Pretty cool stuff. This is not a dinosaur that's known from very much material. I think it's literally just this lower jaw. So there's not a great deal that we can say about it, but it does seem to represent what we call a speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. What we used to call like a hypsilophodont. So a small, two-legged, beaky, plant-eating, running dinosaur. These guys may have had feathers. We do have evidence that some of these had feathers, like Culindodromius. But yeah, these are kind of like, think of them as like the deer or the gazelles of the dinosaur world. They're, you know, just kind of inoffensive little herbivores.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Catatoon, thank you for those 2 months of support.
Paleo dance.
I appreciate that, Catatoon. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, and most of these guys were not very big. I'm guessing this new guy, Ampelognathus, is roughly the size of that Hypsilophodon there, if not smaller. Yeah. Not the most exciting dinosaur, perhaps, but another piece of the puzzle. Let's see how people are illustrating it. Ampelognathus. There we go. There it is compared to a mouse. The biggest mammals we have from the Jurassic period are probably about that big. About the size of that mouse, so yeah. But anyway, this dinosaur's from the Cretaceous, not from the Jurassic. Oh, they would have looked a bit like this, actually. Yeah, those are Rhabdodontians.
What lives will they destroy?
Well, holy cow.
Depths of panic and terror will they create?
Part Welsh, welcome to Paleontologizing.
51 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Part Welsh, and how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Jay Bear, how are you doing? Welcome. Part Welsh says, we like dinosaurs? Well, you are in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already, a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I publish on dinosaurs, I study dinosaurs, I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. We were actually live streaming our dinosaur digs this summer, which was super cool. Dug up at least 3 new species of dinosaur in Wyoming and Utah this summer. Tilbo and Calvin's Beard, welcome. It is great to have you here, everybody. Tell me about your stream, Patrick Welsh. I want to hear about it. Thank you so much for raiding in. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and Snake Pit, what a great username. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if any of you guys have got any questions about dinosaurs or about natural history in general, about how science works, any of that good stuff. But, yeah, before we get back into some of our new dinosaurs that have just been published recently, which I'm talking about, I figure now might be a wonderful time to introduce you to a good friend of ours, whom we call Previously Recorded Danny. So, oh, he heard his name. He's sneaking up behind me right now. I'm gonna let him take center stage right now. He's gonna tell you who I am, what my background is, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So, anyway, thank you again, Part Welsh, for that wonderful raid. I really appreciate it. And feel free to tell chat why they should follow you in the chat, if you feel like it. And hold your horses, goodness. He's eager right now. We're gonna let him take the stage here. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Andrew Holding, and Part Welsh for their raids. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, and let me know if you got questions. We're just talking about new dinosaurs just published recently. Here's one right here. We just looked at the original paper, and now here's a press release. This is from November 6th. This is just 3 days ago. New little bitty dinosaur discovered in North Texas. By Noor Adesha of the Dallas Morning News. Scientists from the Perot Museum of Nature and Science recently named a new discovered species of plant-eating dinosaur. suggesting the animal once used to roam eastern North America more than 96 million years ago. Pretty cool. And the fact that it is from Appalachia is interesting. And no, I'm not saying that Texas is part of Appalachia today. What I am saying is that at the time this dinosaur lived, about 96 million years ago, this is what Earth looked like. Africa, South America, Europe, Asia, North America over here. North America used to be divided into 2 separate subcontinents. You had this Western Interior Seaway, the WIS, as we call it. Think of it almost like the Mediterranean Sea today, or like the Caribbean. It's like if the Caribbean just encroached over central North America and split the continent in 2. Let me show you. With a little map here. Yep. So we got the Western Interior Seaway there in the middle. To the west, we have Laramidia. Almost all of the famous Cretaceous dinosaurs from North America are from Laramidia. You'd be hard-pressed to name any famous dinosaurs from Appalachia over here. Even though it's bigger, we just have far fewer dinosaurs from here. Partly because a lot of this area is forested now, and so it's really difficult to find exposed rock to go looking for dinosaurs in this part of North America nowadays. But over here we've got New Mexico and Wyoming and Utah and Montana, North and South Dakota, all throughout here. And then you've got Alberta and parts of Saskatchewan up here. These are some of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs, because so much of that is... Today the landscape looks like this. You know, beautiful exposed rock like that. These are the Badlands of South Dakota, I believe. Koshika State Park would be another good example. This is what the landscape looks like in eastern Montana. And so we've got lots and lots of dinosaurs from Laramidia over here. Very few from Appalachia. But this new dinosaur, Ampelognathus, is from right down here. And what is today eastern Texas. Eastern Texas, I think, right? So that's one of the reasons why this new dinosaur is important, is because we've got very few dinosaurs from Appalachia. Yeah. But yeah, Aribo says, don't know if Part Welsh is still here, but I'll do the PR for him. All right. By day, he's a community manager and an ambassador for the charity Special Effect. Very cool. All his proceeds from Twitch go to the charity, who helps people who are differently abled access video games by building adaptive setups. Very cool, Aribos. Well, if that sounds cool to any of you, go check out Part Welsh. Give him a follow. Thank you, Aribos. I appreciate that. I can tell you're like a valued member of the community there. And are you maybe a mod for Part Welsh, Aribos? That's great. Thank you for being so informative there. Appreciate that. Yeah. Wheel62 says, weren't there hadrosaurs in the east? Yes, there were hadrosaurs, there were ceratopsians, there were tyrannosaurs in Appalachia. Probably the 2 best-known dinosaurs from Appalachia are Hadrosaurus falkii. This critter right here, this is one of the first dinosaurs ever named from North America. Look at this graph. What a beautiful graph, Ozgooper. Thank you for sharing it with us all. And thank you also for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Hadrosaurus falkii. Falkii. Tomato, potato. Yeah. Dryptosaurus. It's probably the second most famous dinosaur. It is a tyrannosaur. It... Probably a juvenile. But yeah. This famous painting by Charles R. Knight. They're gonna have it somewhere on here. There we go. This famous painting was of Dryptosaurus. Back then it was called Laelaps. That's what Edward Drinker Cope named it. Before he realized that Laelaps was actually a name that had previously been given to some sort of arthropod. I think it may have been a mite or a tick. Something like that. Someone can look it up in the chat and post their findings there. But yeah, this famous painting right here is of this dinosaur now called Dryptosaurus. And yeah, the animal would have looked something like this. That's I like that illustration. It's a little awesome, bro, but it's cool. Yeah, Dryptosaurus would look something kind of like that. Seems to have fairly large forelimbs in a lot of these reconstructions. It's probably a juvenile tyrannosaur. Or a subadult. Probably not full grown. But yeah, leaping Laelaps, indeed, Neverwinter Fool. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, I received a nice email from Ethan via Experiment. I'm glad the expedition this summer was a success and that I was part of it. Yeah, Dr. Irrefutable. Shoot, I need to read that email, because I also made a contribution. Yeah, good stuff. So yeah, if any of you contributed to our fieldwork this past summer, when we were digging in Wyoming, find some of those clips there. There we go. Here. Like, kind of little nip.
It's there from about 66 million years down to maybe 67 or so. So at least that far, maybe.
This is footage from one of our live streams from Wyoming this summer. Field work that this community funded.
It's like, at what point do you call it Triceratops? Some people...
Anyway, yeah, so if any of you contributed to that, check your email. You've probably gotten an email from Ethan Cowgill. And where is Ethan? Does he show up on this day or not? He may have been off doing other things. Let's try... Duckbill dinosaur...
It's like a 4-minute stream.
There's Ethan right there.
All right.
Yeah, who is our expedition leader.
Stream manager.
Who's leading the field work here.
Oh, it's falling over.
And so he's been sending out emails and stuff like that, thanking people for contributing.
I think we're live. Okay. Welcome everybody. I don't think anybody's actually going to be here yet. Normally, I've got like a starting soon screen and everything, but I haven't had time to set that up yet after they changed some of the software.
There's Fisher there.
There we go. All right, everybody can see me. Well, this is the reason that
we can broadcast right now. That is our satellite dish. That's Starlink right there. And Ozgoober, thanks for being here. I hope to see you again soon. Thanks for the follow.
And there is our supply/kitchen tent over here, which Adam helped put together. We might have to retreat to that in a little bit if it starts raining, because judging by how the sky looks, we're probably going to get some rain pretty soon. But yeah, this is our camp here. Pretty magical spot, honestly. These like sandstone formations around us, very, very cool. And it gets extremely windy through here, as you could probably guess looking at all of this aeolian erosion in here. This is all like, this is done by wind. Wind just scouring the rock, making all these cool holes and everything. So, I didn't catch that. What was it?
Side note, never knew Danny had legs. Thought he was just fossils from the waist down.
It's reading the chat. Put that back. Anywho, really excited to do more of this. We're going to go back out there and dig up some more of the dinosaurs that we found this summer. Well, we've got to raise some funds to do that, but, yeah. We're hoping to go back out and actually dig up some of the dinosaurs that we discovered this past summer there in Wyoming, because almost everything that we find is going to be a new species. And those particular rocks, because it's a new stratigraphic horizon. Nobody's ever described any dinosaurs from that geological formation before. They're all going to be new. It's like, it's a new time. It's a new age. Exciting stuff. Yeah. And Tomas says, pretty cool we can film in the middle of nowhere now. I was able to do that because of the satellite internet. Yeah. And Weird Adult says, was that the Morrison? Oh, no. No, the Morrison has been worked for well over 100 years. This is the Almond Formation. Here we go. Yeah, the Almond Formation of Wyoming. So it's Campanian stage, late Cretaceous. It does not get discussed a lot. Because nobody's ever described any dinosaurs from it. So vertebrate paleofauna, dinosaurs. Big ol' stupid blank right here on Wikipedia. Now, there are a few different dinosaurs that they claim are from here. Not one of these has actually been like published on and shown to actually be present. That's why it says indeterminate, 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 indeterminate. Paranicodon lacustris. I don't think this has actually been published. Indeterminate thessaliosaur and an unnamed chasmosaurine ceratopsid. You only see this sort of thing in geologic formations that are very, very understudied, and the Almond Formation is. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And proof Danny has legs. I promise you I have legs, Resitego. They go all the way to the ground. Yeah, dinosaurs team to be determined. There you go, Dr. Irrefutable. Yes. Yeah. And Mr. J. Glockta says, hello, Mr. Charisma? Who are you talking to? Probably someone else in chat. It's good to have you here, Mr. J. Glockta. How are things? I'm glad you're back. And Determinatosaur. There you go, Intrusisap, yeah. And Sai says, if you could put a reasonable amount or needed amount of money for an expedition to happen, how much would it be? Well, I have that right here. Here, you just saw. Well, here, let me ask chat. We'll run a little experiment right here. How much money do you think it costs to dig up, say, 3 new species of dinosaur with a crew of paleontologists and volunteers out in the wilds of western Wyoming? Type a figure into chat. How much do you think that would cost? You know, we hear about science funding on the news. You hear about all this money that NASA gets and stuff. How much money do you think that would take? There you go. Airspace. Well, in our case, for about a month's worth of work out there and all of the fuel expenses, renting a truck, buying a rock saw, buying plaster and burlap and digging supplies, and basically like building a field camp from scratch, plus all the money for food and gasoline and everything else. Apologize if there's any duplicates in there. We were able to do all of that, plus drive the fossils from Wyoming to where they're going to be stored and where they're going to be prepared, way over in Ohio. We did that all for about $8,000. Almost $7,000 of which we raised through this community here. And that is remarkably cheap when you talk to other scientists. I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again right now. Dinosaur paleontology might be the most cost-effective science that there is. In the sense that we do so much, but not very much money. When you're talking about discovering and excavating at least 3 new species of dinosaur, well, at least 2 from the Almond Formation, and then at least 1 in Utah later in the summer. So we'll say at least 2 new species of dinosaur from this project. Think about that. That's like $3,000 per dinosaur species. When you talk to like molecular biologists, for instance, like Balint and Lita of Science Streams, they're like, yeah, you need like $20,000 just to run a single experiment sometimes. Something like that. The figure might not be entirely accurate, but you get what I'm saying. It's a heck of a lot more expensive than what we do as dinosaur paleontologists. So yeah, dinosaurs do not cost much to dig up. They really, really don't. So yeah, a lot cheaper than a Hadron Collider, Weird Adult. Yeah. Yes. And that's without any heavy equipment. Yes. We're digging everything up by hand. But we also rented a Toyota Tacoma for the summer because Ethan doesn't have a car. So he had no way to get out there. And we also had no real way to, like, transport fossils across the country. So we rented a Toyota Tacoma. And that was like $3,000, $4,000 right there, something like that. Renting that for a month. So yeah. SV Harkin says, yes, but you need a paycheck too? No, I'm not getting paid to be out there. We were not being paid to be out there this summer. None of us were getting paid. There's no room in the budget for that. We're doing this because it's, well, because it's good for the science. I wouldn't call it a vacation because it's definitely not. It's very hard work. We're exhausted every night. But yeah, the only reason I can do this is because of this community here. It's because of the generous support of viewers like you that I'm able to make a living doing this because all of my income is coming through Twitch. All of it. I make less than no money doing this. In fact, I'm spending my own money to be out there. You know, I'm buying my own fuel. I'm, you know, a lot of my own food. Stuff like that. Holy cow. And Murph, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. Look at this Tinamou bird like we were talking about yesterday, wasn't it? Well, 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 Murph. Thank you for supporting not just that fieldwork, but also the stream right now. And, uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Murph. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, Murph. That is excellent. I appreciate you for it. Yeah. It is in part because of Murph that this fieldwork was possible. Again, see that name right there? Right there? So, thank you, Murph, for helping make this a reality this past summer. I know we're all deeply grateful. Just like those 10 chatters who just got a gift sub thanks to you. You know, they appreciate your generosity as well. Yeah. Like Papa Broach. What a great name, Papa Broach. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I can see that being like the name of a jewelry store. And holy cow, Papa Broach! My goodness. Holy moly, Papa Broach. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. You're like new here, right? I don't recognize your name. I don't feel like I've seen it before, and yet you're giving subs. I really appreciate that, Papa Broach. Thank you, thank you. We're very close to a hype train now, by the way. Check that out. We've got 3 minutes left to try and summon a hype train. And it'll be a good one, too, given how much support we've had. That's 15 subs. It's gonna propel that train pretty far, just to start with, if we can get it to leave the station. And Sai says, when are you able to lead your own expedition? I mean, I was kind of doing that this summer. I mean, I wasn't leading it, but I was part of it, you know? And thank you, Catatoon. I appreciate that gift sub there. Good stuff. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do, Ken. Holy cow, Ken. How are you doing, Ken? It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Let's find a video that's got Ken in it. If you don't mind, Ken. Try and go back to Wyoming here. And I think it'll be one of our later ones where we're digging up those hadrosaur elements. I like how I can find these based on what hat I'm wearing, Utah versus Wyoming.
I'll tell you another way.
Oh yeah.
About 250.
Oh, this is a different hadrosaur. Never mind. Yeah. Thank you, Triceratops79. Happy Thursday birthday to you, Triceratops.
Blaming the dinosaurs.
I think maybe here, day 13. Trying to find where you join us, Ken. Was that you there? Let's see. This seems right. All right, nice. Man, it's crazy how that microphone picks up. Good stuff, man. That is so much plaster. But all the, like, squelching noises of the plaster. It does not sound that loud in real life, I promise. But everybody was making jokes like, oh, this is plaster ASMR. Yeah.
Maybe ask for somebody's help in pouring some plaster?
And here comes Ken to help. Thanks. Ken, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you today. I hope things are good. Is this the only bag that we have here, or did we have one in a trash bag also? I think we took it back to the trucks, didn't we? I think it's just yeah. And Mr. Matt K, what's that?
If you could just pour until
Welcome.
I say when.
How are you doing? Oh, Mr. Maker says hi from France. Welcome, Mount Maker. And Ken says, I show up and immediately you shame me. I'm sorry, Ken. I'm sorry to blow up your spot, but you look really cool here.
Excellent.
Holy moly, this is like... We could sell this footage to,
Dressed like Alan Grant today. Yeah. I know, I'm one to talk. Yeah.
You could sell this to a stock footage website.
All right.
They'd probably pay good money for this. We look like stereotypical, you know, dinosaur paleontologists.
All right.
And Mark Melvin, thank you for that gift sub there. I appreciate that. And Rotten Johnny 88, thank you for the 100 bits 2 minutes ago. How did I miss that, Rotten Johnny? Thank you, Rotten Johnny. You're not so rotten. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mark, for that gift sub. Rotten Johnny. Yeah. Anyway, Tanareem says, new dinosaurs? You bet, Tanareem. We were just talking about a brand new dinosaur from Texas. Dinosaurio Nuevo de Tejas.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Holy cow. There's probably double that now.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
No, honestly, there's probably 4 or 5 times as many professional dinosaur paleontologists in the world now. A Truckhorn, thank you for those 5 gift subs.
Just gifted 5 subs.
Beautiful. I appreciate that, Truckhorn. Look, you got us to a level 4 hype train there. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Yeah. Good stuff. Tex Rex. There you go, Tannerine. Excuse me. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, let me take a look at this real quick. Maybe I'll try a different email account here and see if I can find that email from Ethan. There we go. Yeah, beautiful. Let's just read this out loud, shall we? Awesome. There we go. This is from experiment.com. This is after this was funded, of course, by this wonderful community here. And a few other people, too. Extraordinary discoveries. Yes, indeed. The results of our 3-week expedition to collect vertebrate fossils from the Almond Formation of Wyoming was an extraordinary success. Man, we were there longer than 3 weeks, collectively. I was there for like 3 weeks. I think Ethan was there for like closer to a month. The highlight of the season included the collection of an enormous hadrosaurid or duck-billed dinosaur skull and the discovery and recovery of parts of a ceratopsian dinosaur skull. Skulls are the most important part of dinosaurian anatomy for determining what species one has. So these specimens will very likely reveal if the almond dinosaurs represent brand new, never-before-seen species. And, spoiler alert, they almost certainly do. We also succeeded in collecting hundreds of other extraordinary dinosaur, plant, fish, crocodile, turtle, and invertebrate specimens, which will reveal vast amounts of information about this extinct ecosystem. About 25 people gave their time and attention to help us make these discoveries, and we could not have had a better team. Well, they probably could have had somebody better than me, but... My team members and I were absolutely blown away by the generosity of Experiment.com donors, especially fans of Danny and Duzza's. Why are there two Z's in my name? Oh well. Especially fans of Danny and Duzza's Paleontologizing Twitch channel. Without your help, we could not have made this accomplishment happen. The specimens are now all safe and sound at the museum, where the multi-year process of cleaning up these new specimens is now beginning. When these specimens have been cleaned and stabilized, the scientific research can begin, where we will ultimately reveal the fruits of our labor and share your passion for supporting science to the whole world. Our fieldwork in the year 2023 will go down in the history of paleontology as a major step forward, and our understanding of the world of our wonderful continent and the incredible beings which once called it home. We'll be back out next year to help keep the hunt going. Science never stops. From Ethan. Beautiful. Again, if you contributed to that campaign, you should have gotten that email in your inbox, and I hope you feel a tremendous amount of pride in supporting science. Helping make that happen. That's a big deal. So, a huge, huge round of applause for everyone who has helped out with that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And acknowledging the stream, too. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that cool, Christy S? Makes me pretty happy. Yeah. Yeah. And there was an inertia. There you go, Triceratops. Yes. Yes. So, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, let's get back into some of our new dinosaurs. And Hype Train completes at level 5, 4%. Very nice. Everybody, thank you for that support. And look, we're at about halfway to our sub goal. We just have today and tomorrow to complete that, but who knows? Maybe we'll get there. Yeah. The week of the Mosasaur. Yeah, I was seeing some of this stuff. Tom Holtz was tweeting some of these things, Dr. Tara. Very nice. Very nice. We were talking about this new Texan ornithischian dinosaur. Ornithopod? Yeah. In 2020, a small fossil of a jawbone was discovered at a rock formation near Lake Grapevine outside Dallas, where paleontologists with the museum have been collecting fossils for years. Initially, scientists thought the 2-inch long jaw fossil belonged to a small crocodile, but they soon discovered they were wrong. And this is a pretty common story in vertebrate paleontology. You think that something is one thing in the field, but not until you get it back to the laboratory and are able to clean it and study it properly does it make its true identity known to you. So it wasn't until we got it back to the lab and got under a microscope and cleaned it up using little pins and needles, said Ron Tyaski, vice president of science at the Perot, that we realized that it was not like a little crocodile, but instead it was a new little kind of dinosaur. After 3 years of investigation and research, scientists recently published their findings in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. That's JVP, the Journal of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Catatoon, thank you for gifting Morgan Tremaine there. I appreciate that, Catatoon. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Dr. Terra says, I've gone to the Grapevine Lake, so it's wild. I mean, isn't that cool? Yeah, dinosaurs in your backyard, Dr. Terra and Lenina. Yeah. And Lenina says this was found by a volunteer and was named after said volunteer. Is that correct? Let's take a look. They named the dinosaur after the volunteer who found it, Murray Cohen, as well as the city it was found near. The dinosaur's name, Ampelognathus coheni, roughly translates to Cohen's grapevine jaw. That is beautiful. Very, very cool. Many ornithopod dinosaurs are similar, so it wasn't clear at first if scientists had stumbled upon a new species. However, upon further inspection of the fossil, they quickly realized that the jaw didn't match the anatomy of any other big dinosaurs in the area. After eliminating the potential of crocodile and of a big dinosaur, scientists began seriously examining if they were dealing with a new species. Small dinosaur would have been about 6 feet long, the size of a standard office desk. There's a standard office desk? Huh. Yeah. So it's a little under 2 meters and weighed somewhere around 20 to 60 pounds, the size of a mid-sized dog. The weight of a mid-sized dog, maybe they mean? Most mid-sized dogs are not about 6 feet long. It's a little bitty animal, Tchaikovsky said. You could almost hold its head in your hand. Pretty cool stuff. So the link to the paper is here in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. Let me copy that link for you, because it is open access. There is no paywall here. So there is the original scientific literature that you may peruse at your leisure, and it won't cost you a dime. Pretty cool. So welcome to the world, Ampelognathus. Very cool little, what you might call a speedo. Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. We don't know if they had feathers, but they very well might have. And there's the jaw right there. It is not big. Yeah. There you go. This is all that we have of this new dinosaur. But it's a good part. It's an informative little piece. The lower jaw. Man, I wish it had some teeth. That would have been even better. But this shows us this is from a little ornithopod dinosaur. So we can say that there's a little ornithopod from this part of the world from this time. And that's cool. It's not necessarily surprising, but it's cool. Yeah. Mayor Space says, is it good to name something based on a single specimen? A single bone, rather. It's not ideal, Mayor Space. It's not ideal. But honestly, it makes me sound like I'm admitting something that's shameful. I'd say roughly a quarter of all dinosaurs that have ever been named are probably based on just a single bone. And so let's hope that eventually when somebody finds more of a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian in this same formation, let's hope that it also includes the lower jaw so that we can actually cross-compare and determine, yeah, this is the same animal, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Let's hope they get more of it, because I'd really love to know what the rest of this animal looked like. We can tell, you know, most of these guys, Hypsilophodonts, small-bodied early diverging ornithischians, they all pretty much look like this. Yeah. You know, they'd be small, two-legged, with a little beak. These are honestly kind of an understudied group of dinosaurs. They really need, like, a real champion of a researcher to... They need a champion, you know? Somebody who's really, pushing for how cool they are and everything, and also publishing a lot of papers on them, figuring out their relationships and all that. But yeah, they're usually reconstructed to look a lot like this, like little Hypsilophodon here. Yeah. So we can tell by the jaw that the dinosaur would have had this basic body plan like this, because they all kind of look roughly the same. But it could be that they all kind of look the same right now just because they're understudied. And we don't have enough researchers specializing in this group of critters. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Danny will be that champion. Well, Risadego, there's somebody else who is currently trying to unravel the mystery of the little ornithopods like that. And we've interviewed him on this channel before. We call him, his name is LJ Krumenacker. Now check this out. And he managed to actually...
Get to know Idaho, and if you're in the 4th grade or you've spent some time in the 4th grade, you know that's what you learn about Idaho. The geography, the history, the cultures, the state symbols. It's one of the best parts of Mr. Walton's 4th grade class at Yukon Elementary in Eastern Idaho. But last year, it got a little more exciting. That's when he and a student named Calvin, a 10-year-old who's totally into dinosaurs, came to the conclusion Idaho deserves its own designated dinosaur. So they put together a professional packet of pleas, drawings, and essays asking for the latest in a line of gem state symbols to be a dinosaur. Well, it didn't get any footing last legislative session, but this year, look out. A creature from the Cretaceous period could be part of 4th grade studies for future Idaho students.
Yep. Yeah, and is LJ here in the audience? I don't see him there. Anyway, where's LJ? Come on. There he is.
Kid.
Yeah.
I've never grown out of it.
To ask of someone who's dug dinosaurs since he was a kid.
There's LJ.
I've never grown out of it, so.
Dr. L.J. Krumenacker is a paleontologist at Idaho State University and grew up in Blackfoot.
When I started as a kid, they said Idaho didn't have dinosaurs. And I was like, well, maybe if I look really hard, we can find some.
And you did.
Yeah, it's kind of made me happy.
Dr. Krumenacker was one of the first to find the Oryctodromeus in the gem state about 20 years ago. A 95-million-year-old burrowing herbivore.
Yeah, the size of a dog, 11 feet long.
Whose name translates to digging runner.
7 feet of that would have been tail. So he's just a little long-tailed dog-sized dinosaur.
There have been about 15 full skeletons found in Idaho. A rare find for any...
None of them are full skeletons. Not a single one of those is complete. But 15 associated skeletons is probably the word that they were told, and then somehow that got translated into full skeletons. But an associated skeleton is when you've got like more than 3 bones that all belong to each other. Like they belong to the same individual animal.
Yeah. Fossil.
So my best hypothesis, this is part of what I did for my PhD, is that these animals are basically digging their own graves. Since they're burrowing, it's easier to preserve a fossil if it buries itself, basically, is the way I look at it.
and they were sometimes found in groups with either their offspring or other adults.
Which in and of itself is pretty rare evidence for a dinosaur. Something else to make this special.
So you can see why.
It's Idaho's dinosaur. We only find them here.
That's not true. Actually, Eryctodromeus was first described from just over the border in Montana. So you don't only find them there. Maybe they cut that out of context.
So you can see why.
It's Idaho's dinosaur. We only find them here.
Maybe they cut off when he said, well, and in the little sliver of Montana that's just across the Idaho border, because the first Eryctodromeus fossils were found. Were found near Lima, Montana. There we go. Fossils are known from the Late Cretaceous Blackleaf Formation of southwestern Montana and the Wayan Formation of southeastern Idaho, USA. So yeah.
Mr. Walton's fourth graders feel the Eryctodromeus should be our next state symbol.
I think it would be absolutely fascinating.
There you go, Harry, yeah.
Students here at Yukon Elementary School into the future could say, we were part of that. We helped that happen, and just celebrate this new state symbol.
Yep. And what do you think, chat? Were they successful in that push? No, check it out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the bill to create a state dinosaur.
I believe Idaho should have a state dinosaur, which would be the Eryctodromeus.
This is a really important bill, and it has been a fun one.
Do not want to be me on this stage.
Hang on a minute. That's LJ right there in the background. And I think he had t-shirts made up that say, like, make Eryctodromeus the Idaho state dinosaur.
Really important bill, and it has been a fun one.
Do not want to be me on this day because 30 of these people desperately wanted to testify before your committee, and I know you don't have time to hear from 30 students, so...
I love studying Idaho history, and it makes me proud to live in Idaho.
These kids really do love these state symbols, and I think it engages them in a way that we can't do unless we listen to them and involve them in the...
And Hez helps. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Hez. Hope you had a good stream. It's good to have you here, Hez helps. Thank you. Good stuff.
In my opinion, the Eryctodromeus should be Idaho's state dinosaur.
First discovered in 2006, Eryctodromeus, which means digging runner, was a small, swift herbivore that lived during the Cretaceous period.
During the what? I'm sorry, during the when?
Small, swift herbivore that lived during the Cretaceous period.
Oh boy, you know, if Michael Crichton had titled his novel Cretaceous Park rather than Jurassic Park, maybe more members of the general public would be able to pronounce Cretaceous, you know? Yeah, the area of crafts. There you go, Neverwinter. Yeah. We don't have any crustaceous dinosaurs. There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah, Titanus would be a cool state dinosaur, actually. That'd be really cool.
The Eryctodromeus is the perfect dinosaur for a new state symbol. It's unique in Idaho because Idaho is the only place in the world that it's been found.
Eryctodromeus was discovered in eastern Idaho by...
Anyway, this is really cool. Did LJ put this video together? This is from his channel right here. This is really neat. Anyway, burrowing dinosaur here, Eryctodromeus. And, yeah. They were successful in their efforts to make this the state dinosaur, as you can see here.
Has a new state dinosaur thanks to students at Yukon Elementary School. Local News 8's Kaylee Gallavi shows us how they feel.
Here, I'll be right back.
Now that all their hard work has paid off.
Governor Little has signed the bill.
What was started by a 4th grade class last year has finally come to fruition. Idaho's new state emblem is a dinosaur, the
I didn't think in 4th grade I would be able to help make the Rictodromeus the state dinosaur.
Governor Brad Little signed the bill into law on March 31st.
One of my main goals as a teacher is to broaden kids' worlds, to open up their perspective and just start to give them the background experience they need to be learners. And this was gold.
Throughout the process,
That's really awesome.
Students learned about history, civics, and even math.
We even used this for our fraction study in 4th grade, where we knew we had 6 steps to get through, and we counted, okay, we're 1/6.
Anyway, you kind of get the idea.
1/6 of the way there. And the governor's signature is the final 6 of 6.
They put in a lot of work to make it happen, researching, writing essays, and talking to lawmakers.
And paleontologists,
Scary, but
like
it was
LJ.
fun all at the same time, because I was afraid if I messed up, they might say no. We were
sending kids to testify, and there were more that testified virtually. It was pretty incredible.
Now the class wants people to get familiar with the Rictodromeus, recognizing it as our newest state emblem. Reporting in
Pretty
Yukon,
cool.
I'm Kaylee Galaviz.
So the reason why we're talking so much about Rictodromeus is that LJ Krumenacker, who's the paleontologist who helped lead the charge on this, he is studying these small, beaky, two-legged plant-eating dinosaurs like Rictodromeus. LJ might know more about Rictodromeus than anybody else, and he knows a lot about our North American, what we used to call hypsilophodonts, these two-legged, small, plant-eating, beaky, fast-running dinosaurs. And speaking of these critters, why is this not showing up in my history? That's annoying. We've got a new paper that just came out the other day. Yeah. Lindsay Zana was one of the authors on it. She says, new paper alert. Think Thescelosaurus is boring? And Thescelosaurus is this... is another one of these small, two-legged, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. Thescelosaurus neglectus is the genus and species name. And it is called that because... it's not just because it's neglected nowadays. It doesn't have, like, huge teeth or claws or horns or frills or anything like that. It's not very big. It doesn't seem like a super remarkable dinosaur. Like a lot of these small, two-legged, beaky, plant-eating, fast-running dinosaurs, there's just... I think they're really cool, but they don't necessarily capture the public's imagination in the way that a lot of other dinosaurs do. It's just a chill guy. There you go, Truckhorn, yeah. Yeah. Not the most spectacular member of, like, the Hell Creek ecosystem here. The Hell Creek fauna. You've got lots and lots of other... maybe more exciting dinosaurs. You know, even Pachycephalosaurus has got that big crazy dome on its head. Thescelosaurus might not seem like the most exciting of these guys. In an environment where you've got Ankylosaurus and Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus, you know? And when Thescelosaurus was first discovered and excavated, it was neglected for a long time. So I'll show you here. Thescelosaurus. It means, well, I haven't heard that. Godlike, marvelous, or wondrous lizard. Neglectus means neglected also. So the marvelous but neglected lizard is usually the way that you hear this talked about. The skeleton right there at the Burpee Museum of Natural History. I've actually streamed this specimen before. It's cool stuff. When I visited the Burpee a couple years ago. But there is a holotype specimen there at the Smithsonian. So the type specimen was discovered in 1891 by paleontologist John Bell Hatcher and William H. Utterback from the Lance Formation of Wyoming. The skeleton, however, remained in its shipping crates for years until Charles W. Gilmore of the Smithsonian had it prepared and described in a short paper in 1913. So, for like close to 20 years, this thing just sat in storage. It was very much neglected. Hence, Thescelosaurus neglectus. But it got a little bit more interesting as of this week. Yeah, I think Thescelosaurus is boring. Admittedly, it's David Button and I sort of did too, but a eureka moment led us to take a closer look. Whether via ancestry or adaptation, probably ancestry, Thescelosaurus' lifestyle was linked to the ground. Dig this. Oh man, that's headline. Neglected dinosaur had super senses. This is really, really cool, and I feel a little bit vindicated. Validated is probably a better word about this. Given that I've said for years that these guys are probably burrowers, and now we have evidence of that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. A CT scan of an often overlooked plant-eating dinosaur skull reveals that while it may have not have been all that brainy, it had a unique combination of traits associated with living animals that spend at least part of their time underground, including a super sense of smell and outstanding balance. The work is the first to link a specific sensory footprint with this behavior in extinct dinosaurs. And Yo-Yo-Wee, thank you for the follow there. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. The dinosaur in question, Willow. That's so funny that this is the Willow specimen. Willow used to be the little dinosaur with a heart because there was this weird thing found in its chest. That was proposed to have been a fossil heart. Yeah. Anyway, it might not be a heart, might be something else. It might be like iron-rich parts of an organ that's last remnants had a concretion form around them, so it's not like a true fossil heart, but like might be that may have formed there because the heart was there and left a lot of iron. There, but there's that lump in its chest right there. See that in the middle, that big lump? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's this specimen, Willow. Willow is a specimen located at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. Yeah. The irony is that paleontologists generally think of these animals as pretty boring, says Lindsay Zano, an associate research professor at North Carolina State, head of paleontology at the museum, co-author of the work. When we first looked at our results, we thought, yeah, this animal is plain as toast. But then we took a big step back and realized there was something unique about the combination of Willow's sensory strengths and weaknesses. Button and Zano determined that Thescelosaurus neglectus' hearing range was limited. The dinosaur could only hear about 15% of the frequencies humans can detect, and between 4 to 7% of what dogs and cats can hear. In particular, Thescelosaurus was bad at hearing high-pitched sounds. We found that Thescelosaurus heard low-frequency sounds best, and that the range of frequencies it could hear overlaps with T-Rex, Zano says. This doesn't tell us that they were adapted to hearing T-Rex vocalize, but it certainly didn't hurt them to know when a major predator was tooling about in the area. More interesting to us was the fact that these particular deficiencies are often associated with animals that spend time underground. Thescelosaurus balanced its poor hearing with an excellent sense of smell. We found that the olfactory bulbs, the regions of the brain that process smell, were very well developed in Thescelosaurus, Button says. They are relatively larger than those of any other dinosaur we know of so far, and similar to those of living alligators, which can smell a drop of blood from miles away. I actually really doubt. A drop of blood? Whatever. Anyway, Thescelosaurus may have used its similarly powerful sense of smell to instead find buried plant foods like roots and tubers. Also had an unusually well-developed sense of balance, helping it to pinpoint its body positions in 3D space, another trait often found in burrowing animals. Yeah. And while we can't definitively say that these animals lived part of their lives underground, we know that their ancestors did, Button says. This fact, together with their unique combination of sensory abilities, strongly suggests Thescelosaurus neglectus engaged in similar behaviors. And, Faye Lillis, thank you for being here and posing your question there. This is why I and my colleagues suspected that these dinosaurs were burrowers even before the study came out. There's a number of reasons, but one of them is that Oryctodromeus, which is a basal Thescelosaur. Yeah. We have hard evidence that these animals were burrowers. We even found their fossil burrows. Let's see if I can find that figure. There it is right there. That is the fossil burrow of Oryctodromeus. So, a bunch of Oryctodromeus bones were found all clustered in the bottom of that burrow. Kind of that lobe at the end. It's pretty interesting stuff. Yeah. And so this is a very similar dinosaur to Thescelosaurus. One of the ancestors of that critter, or at least closely related to the direct ancestor of Thescelosaurus. Yeah, there's my my undergrad advisor. Whoops. Dave Verricchio. Yeah. So yeah. Oftentimes also we'll find Thescelosaurus like just beautifully complete. Like this specimen right here. That's Amy Atwater there, posing with this cast of the Thescelosaurus there. But there it is, all in beautiful articulation. Her head is about where the neck would come out for this animal. We find this a lot. They'll just like find them in a sandstone block like this. And it might be that it was in a burrow, and then the burrow, you know, during like a periodic flooding event, say there's like a 100-year flood or something like that. We know that these things were kind of sweeping through the Hell Creek and Lance formations. And it's like, there you go. Like LJ was saying, it's easier to get preserved as a fossil if you bury yourself first. That might be what's happening here. Although the fact that it's sandstone does make it trickier, because sandstone's usually from a fluvial environment, but I don't know. Usually, like, flood sediments are mud. But yeah. Anyway. And if Lillis says, cool, thanks, you bet. Thanks for the good question. Yeah. And fossil burrows, you don't get much harder evidence of burrowing. Yes, figuratively and literally, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Also, through conversations with people like Tony Martin, who's got this wonderful book, The Evolution Underground. All about burrowing animals. Highly recommend that book. Good stuff. Yeah. Here's Tony Martin right here. He was actually there at the conference back in June. I got to hang out with Tony again. But I spent some time with him back in Montana as well when I lived there. Tony's a good guy, and I'm trying to get in contact with him. I don't think I have the right email address to interview him about his newest book, which just came out recently, and it's good. I like it a lot. I think I like the writing style the best out of all his books so far. But I think this is my favorite book that he's written in terms of its subject matter. The Evolution Underground, Burrows, Bunkers, and the Marvelous Subterranean World Beneath Our Feet. He talks a bit about Eryctodromius and that, and he talks about all these other different animals that burrow, a lot of whom we don't think of as burrowing animals. But it turns out that digging burrows is actually a pretty common behavior among different critters. And it's even practiced by some fairly large animals. Like, for instance, alligators. Do we not have video of this? Shoot. Well, maybe we don't have evidence, we don't have video of an alligator burrow on YouTube, but they, rest assured, they dig burrows. Here, let's see. Ooh, that's kind of gross. They're trying to lure out an alligator with like a dead pig or something. Anyway, that's an alligator in its burrow at the Hageman Reserve in, I don't know where. Yeah, Northeast Texas. Of course it's Texas. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, check this out. Here we go. So there's, I guess, a mag light, like, duct taped to a camera, probably. And they're trying to shove it down this burrow. Who's under there? That's a gator right there. I tell you what. Yeah. So they'll usually dig down near like a stream or a wetlands area so that they can sit in the water. They'll dig down into the water table. Pretty cool. And do crocodiles also dig burrows? I'm not sure if genus Crocodilus, like the Nile crocodile or the saltwater crocodile, I don't think they dig burrows, but we know that alligators do, and this is probably a pretty common behavior in crocodiliforms, like the ancient ancestors of these animals. But anyway, burrowing may be one of the reasons why our ancestors, ancient mammals, survived the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous. We might owe our very existence as human beings to the burrowing acumen of our ancient ancestors. Yeah, yeah. That's cool stuff. Yeah. And Chismo Mixolo. Hey, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that, Chismo. Thanks for that. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says aardvarks dig burrows with really big openings. Ground sloths used to do the same thing. Lots of different animals dig burrows. And, I can't really talk about this yet, but there's another dinosaur from the late Cretaceous period that we've got pretty good evidence was digging burrows. I can't say who yet, but it's not Thescelosaurus. Anyway, when we were digging up this dinosaur, we're like, yeah, well, Thescelosaurus is probably also digging burrows. And so this is pretty cool to have this news and have this published now. It's good stuff. And I wonder if this... I need to talk to Denver about this, actually.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver. I never...
Jen Alex, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Risa Dega says, Danny, please finish your homework. The no talking and burns. It's not my... I'm not in charge of this. I don't think I'm even an author on that paper. So it's not up to me. I'm just here to tantalize you and say, well, we've got something, I think, maybe even cooler than this in the works. It's very cool. Evidence of another burrowing dinosaur. So, yeah. Yeah. Come on. I guess I had to go into my downloads folder to get this. They dug their burrows with tiny shovels. They did not. Doctor, you're beautiful. Anyway, here is the paper for this new Thescelosaurus publication here. Neuroanatomy of the late Cretaceous Thescelosaurus neglectus reveals novel ecological specializations within Dinosauria. They're probably not that novel. There's another group of dinosaurs, at least one other group of dinosaurs that's also burrowing, we think. Yeah. Lovely. Look at this beautiful rendering of the brain right here. You can get this sort of thing when you've got a really, really well-preserved skull. You can figure out exactly what the shape of the brain would be by making an endocast, basically. You look at the brain case. You used to have to, like, you know, pour material into it and, like, make a mold and cast, basically. Like, make a cast of the brain itself. Nowadays, you can do that in the computer. You can just scan it. And there we go. There's the inner ear right there. And I guess they're saying that this indicates the animal would have had an excellent sense of balance. And there it is compared with some other dinosaurs and other critters. Very cool. Neat stuff. Anyway, very cool paper. There's Eryctodromius, like I was telling you about, which we know of as a burrowing dinosaur. I guess they're looking at the skull, the shoulder blade and forelimb, and the hips and hind limbs of these animals, comparing the different ratios and stuff. It makes a lot of sense that Thescelosaurus would also be a burrower, also because it's got that long, low skull like you see in Eryctodromius, too. Eryctodromius has got a very similar looking skull, and it's almost kind of, it's been described as almost shovel-like. This dinosaur was probably digging with its snout and digging with its forelimbs. Maybe its hind limbs, too.
Living dinosaur.
Jamalib, hey, thank you, Jamalib, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Thing 1 of 2 says burrowing is a pretty common defense today. It makes sense that there were dinosaurs doing it too? Absolutely. Yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, did dinosaurs have ears or just holes? So they wouldn't have had like an external pinna like this, like we mammals have? In fact, not even all mammals have this. A lot of mammals don't have that. We've got no evidence that dinosaurs had like a fleshy external ear like that. It would be just a hole in the side of their head, like you see in modern reptiles like lizards and tuataras, or turtles, or crocodilians, and like you see in birds. So yeah, no ear flaps. There you go, Risa Dego. Yeah, although it's certainly possible that certain dinosaurs would have still had an excellent sense of, well, we know that some dinosaurs had an excellent sense of hearing. And it's possible that they may have had some sort of external structure to help funnel sounds into their ear openings. Like this right here.
Mononicus is a desert specialist.
I've shown this clip so many times.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
Yeah, they designed this to make it look like a barn owl. That was the idea when they were fleshing this critter out for this documentary. The idea is that it's got these big, like,
she now uses
almost, you can almost call them like facial discs meant to funnel sound into the ears? That's the idea.
The weapon that gives this hunter its name.
Yeah.
Mononicus. Single giant claw.
Yeah.
Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
And dinosaurs have been found with offset ears like owls. Truckhorn, that's really difficult to say, because oftentimes when we have a dinosaur skull, it's been squashed during, since burial. So, when the sediment that buries a dinosaur turns to rock, and then you've got more and more and more sediment that all turns to rock above, it tends to squish things. And so fossils can get kind of distorted like that. So a good example would be like, beautiful. This right here. So, see how that looks kind of askew like that? That's due to diagenesis. Like, the processes that this thing goes after it gets buried. And so, offset ears would be really difficult to spot because most of the skulls that we have are squashed anyway, you know? So yeah, excellent question. It gets tricky, you know? Yeah.
And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head. An excellent protein-packed meal, if only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Yeah, good stuff. That's very similar to our dinosaur, Trirarchonchus, that I was talking about earlier. The name means Captain Hook on account of those hook-like claws like that. Yeah. One of my dinosaurs in the sense that I'm an author on the paper. It's a tremendous honor to be able to help bring this critter to life. Not just through publishing the paper, but also through sculpting this model. Did this live on stream earlier this year? Yeah, earlier this year, and then 3D printing it. That was pretty tremendous. Yeah. Trappy says, this is the dinosaur I most want to bring back. It's like a cat, but it can hug you. I mean, I don't know if those claws are for hugging. They probably evolved for hooking and pulling and like tearing apart rotten logs and stuff like that. You know, here's another reconstruction of this kind of dinosaur, what we call an alvarezsaur. Alvarezsauridae is the family. And, yeah, I don't know if they'd be the best huggers. Hooking and pulling all of my love. There you go, Chappy Jenkins. Yeah, I appreciate how much you adore these critters. I do too. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, how much material is there for that dinosaur that you were an author on? Great question, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. For Trirarchonchus, we mostly just have claws from it. But we've got multiple of those claws, which is really cool. There we go. So in the original descriptive paper, there were 3 claws that are described in the paper itself, plus a few other elements. We've known for a long time that this kind of dinosaur exists in the Hell Creek Formation. Commercial collectors have been finding little bits and pieces of it for years and years. There have been a number of other specimens that have been found by museums and by accredited, by researchers, not just commercial folks. And so we know that there was an alvarezsaur in the Hell Creek. We've known this for a long, long time. And some of those bones were actually published on. back in 1981, I think. Triarchunkus. There we go. No, it was 98? Yeah. Hutchinson and Chiappe, 1998. The first known alvarosaurid from North America. In JVP in... Is that right? Hang on a second. Hutchinson, 98. Let me see if I can find this paper real quick. I know I've got it on another hard drive at the ready, but let me see if I can find it on this one. Hutchinson, 1998. What did I think 1981? Maybe 81 was when it was discovered? So, other researchers had found bits and pieces of this critter. These are going to be some hip bones described in this paper here. There we go. But they didn't give it a name, which is very prudent of them. I really admire that when someone finds just, like, a small piece of a dinosaur that's not super diagnostic. In this case, it was just some pelvic elements. There we go. UCMP specimen 154584 consists of a virtually complete right pubis and partial ischium from the Hell Creek Formation, Garfield County, Montana. So they've just got a couple of little tiny hip bones, and I've photographed these before. They are minuscule. I photographed the heck out of them for Denver. That was one of my contributions for this paper, was being able to just be like, hey, this is what it looks like. So right there, that is the right pubis and ischium. So not a whole lot. They didn't name it based on this, which was good. But later on, Jack Wilson discovered this claw right here. This is the most complete alvarosaurid claw maybe anywhere in the world. And it's got even the tip of it right there. So this was a big deal. And then Denver had found two other claws in the collections. There was this one, which is larger, and this one, which is smaller. And so we can actually watch them ontogenize, basically. Younger individual, older individual, and one in the middle right there. And so we had enough material where we could actually say this is how much those critters are changing as they grow and mature. And so the idea was like, this is enough information where we can finally give this animal a name. And there's always a little bit of there's an aspect of competitiveness and stuff like this. It's like, well, shoot, we have these specimens, we've been studying them. Is it enough to publish on? We better just publish it now before somebody else publishes a name based on scrappier material. And they scoop us, you know? So we felt it was responsible to do that. And one of these days we'll bring Denver on for an interview about this. And, yeah. Yeah, but that's the thinking there, if that makes sense. So yeah. Thanks for the answer. You bet, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And I'm looking at a model. I like seeing how it's all put together. Yeah, Phoenix Fire Service. Isn't that neat? Yeah. And geology may have things like studying layers and knowing what some layers you find outside might be diagonal instead of horizontal. What are some of the basic fundamentals they teach in paleontology school that everyone would know if they went to school for it and working on their foundations? Oh, shoot. Well, I hope I've been communicating some of these ideas to everybody here in chat. Some of the basics of... It depends what kind of paleontology you're talking about, but for dinosaur science, you have to... In order to actually understand dinosaur paleontology, there's some concepts that you really have to really be confident about. You really have to understand in a meaningful way. One of them is geologic time. So, talking about the history of life on Earth and the different geological time periods. So, like, if you're talking dinosaurs, you got to know the Mesozoic pretty well, the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods. A general sense for, like, what we know of the history of life on Earth is important. So, let's see. I'd really love to be able to do, like, one of these illustrations that's actually up to date. Because they've got some pretty outmoded illustrations. That's important. You also have to understand evolution. How living things change over time, and how we know that. That is a huge fundamental concept in paleontology. You've got to understand a little bit about animal anatomy. If you're studying dinosaurs, know a thing or two about bird anatomy. And to a certain extent, the anatomy of crocodilians today as well. And then after that, there's so many other things. There's many, many different ways to be a paleontologist. There are paleontologists who have a background in physics. There are paleontologists who have a background in mathematics, or geology, or veterinary science, or human anatomy, or there are paleontologists with a background in, construction, or in engineering, or in, I don't know, there's so many different ways to be a paleontologist. So beyond, like, the basic fundamentals, and you can always get better at those basic fundamentals, it's kind of a choose your own adventure in a way, where, like, you play to your strengths, what you know, what you're interested in, and it's just kind of how it works. Yeah. So yeah. Does that make sense, Pope? I hope it does. Yeah. But yeah, comparative anatomy, recognizing specific types of bones to be parts of the body, that's what we'll call comparative anatomy, and that is really important. Yeah. So, like, being able to recognize a humerus, versus an ulna, versus a radius, stuff like that. Because in different creatures, those bones have got, different shapes. So that's important too. It's understanding how skeletons work if you're going to be a vertebrate paleontologist. If you're going to study animals with bones. And Pope says, would you ever take the stream to a museum? I've done that many, many times before, yeah. Yeah, we've done a lot of museum visits in the past. I did road trips where I went across the country visiting different museums and streaming from there. Yeah, and I'd like to be able to stream as I do some museum visits in the future, but sometimes museums have policies about photography when you're back in the collections, outside of the public exhibit spaces, and so it gets a little tricky. Anyway, Pope says, I'm going to find a book on comparative anatomy now. Can I recommend a really good one to you, Pope? It's tricky to find, but if you can get your hands on this book, you're sitting pretty. It's good stuff. This is the best single book I've ever seen on comparative anatomy. The Bare Bones by Matthew F. Bonan. Bonan? B-O-N-N-A-N. Good stuff. I really need to read this cover to cover one of these days. It's excellent. I was lucky enough to get an ex-library copy, so it's got the, special cover on it and everything. Excellent. What does it go for nowadays on thrift books? We can even find it on thrift books. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, very good condition, 33 bucks. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Claire beat me to it. Awesome. Yeah. Anyway, Good stuff. Claire says, in January or late December, Claire will have those VODs to upload YouTube. This is true, Claire. I should really send it to you before then. I keep forgetting, and there's so many other things that have come up, and now I've got to move and all that. But yeah, Claire, I'll get that solid state drive to you at some point, and yeah, we'll make sure that happens. Just wait till December 7th. Well, we'll see, Claire. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. But yeah, and I believe Muffzilla is here right now. Is Muffzilla here in the chat? Yeah. Yeah. Muffzilla, I got a chance to visit the post office today. Went to the P.O. box. Hi to you too, Muffzilla. Thank you so much for sending that. Let me show chat what you sent to me. This is I'm deeply grateful. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, here we go. In a priority mail envelope. Check this out, chat. It is a t-shirt from the Cabazon Dinosaurs site in Cabazon, California. Check this out. And you are amazing. Oh, man. Very thoughtfully packaged here. Ho, 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 ho. Ooh, this looks like a quality shirt here. Excellent. Check that out. California Cabazon Dinosaurs, established 1975. Very, very nice. This is excellent, and I really appreciate it. I really, really do. Thank you, thank you. Here, let me take a look at the card associated with it here. Danny, that's me. All right. Oh, and look. Large Marge sent me. That's a reference to Pee-wee's Big Adventure. California. Oh, I like that. Jurassic Jaws. There's a mosasaur there. I like that. I like that. And Star Roars. Oh boy. Very creative. These are great. Thank you. Love Scylla for sending these. These are wonderful. Good stuff. Good stuff. And there's a card too. Wow, let's take a look.
If you're feeling
A thank you card.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Don't read the card out loud, Danny.
Oh, don't read the card out loud? I was gonna look at it first. Yeah. Oh, don't read, please. Okay. I won't read it out loud. Yeah. Oh. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mavsilla. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you for being such wonderful supporters of this channel. You and your crew, I really appreciate you. And, excited to wear this. Looks like it's gonna fit beautifully. Size medium and everything. And this is a high quality shirt. Yeah. Nice and soft. And as a Californian myself, of course, it's gonna be awesome to represent some California dinosaurs here. Yeah. And you bet, Mavsilla. No, I try and be try and have some common sense discretion about stuff like this. I wasn't just gonna read it out loud without knowing what it said. But, yeah, fancy, Claire Burry. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mufsilla. I appreciate that very deeply. Very thoughtful of you. And this wasn't cheap to ship either. It was like $10. So thank you for that. Appreciate you. And a brand new t-shirt to add to my rotation. Excellent. He reads anything you put on the teleprompter. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you again, Mufsilla. Very thoughtful of you. And for those of you wondering, like, the Cabazon dinosaurs, what are we even talking about here? What, for World Architecture Day a couple weeks ago, we were talking about this. Here, take a look.
They've been a part of our desert history since the 1960s and a part of Hollywood as well. The giant creatures are on what was once a desolate stretch of Interstate 10 just outside Palm Springs. The dinosaurs, a brontosaurus named Denny and a 100,000-ton Tyrannosaurus Rex named Rex, could be seen for miles by highway travelers. The creation of the Cabazon
Mr. Rex to you.
began in the 1960s by Claude K. Bell to attract customers to his Wheel-In Cafe, which opened in 1958. Denny, the first of the Cabazon dinosaurs, was started in 1964
Should be a magnet as well.
and created over a span of 11 years. Bell created Denny out of spare material salvaged by the construction of nearby Interstate 10.
There is a magnet as well.
$1,000 of his own money. The biomorphic building that was to become Denny was first erected as a steel framework over which an expanded metal grid was formed in the shape of a dinosaur. All of it was then covered with coats of spray concrete. Bell was quoted in 1970 as saying the 45-foot high, 150-foot long Denny was the first dinosaur in history, so far as he knew, to be used as a building. His original vision for Denny included dinosaurs.
By the way, we talked about how that isn't true. Yeah. Here. Oh, first of all, let me show off this beautiful magnet. This is really lovely. Thank you for getting this for me too. That is really lovely. Yeah, I just assembled not too long ago a new metal toolbox, like a rolling toolbox cabinet to put all of my tools and everything into. And this will go beautifully on the side of that. So thank you. This is really lovely. I love that magnet. Really cool. It's good design. Yeah. Anyway, here. It is a solid magnet. It's good stuff, Lenina. I'm really happy about this. Yeah, let's get back to the video and I'll quiz here.
Concrete. Bell was quoted in 1970 as saying the 45-foot high, 150-foot long Denny was the first dinosaur in history, so far as he knew, to be used as a building.
It's not. Can anybody tell me an earlier example of a dinosaur being used as a building? Your growing collection of magnets? Yes, indeed, Risadega. You sent me some also. I will put this on the side of my new toolbox. Yeah. Oh, and I wasn't even thinking of the iguanodon there. Although that's also an interesting point. Oh, there is the famous dinner in the iguanodon. New Year's Eve, 1853. Holy cow, that was, what, 180 years ago? 170 years ago? This very day? Or this very year? Excuse me. We're going to be having a big New Year's Eve stream where we'll be talking about this event. But this is not what I was thinking of when I did this little quiz. Anybody think of one that happened after this? Maybe in Wyoming? A dinosaur being used as a building. Well, we've got an artistic rendition of it. Ooh. Yep. Some of you remembered it. Yes, indeed. There's a place in Wyoming, a dinosaur site known as Bone Cabin Quarry. And where did that go? There we go. This is in the Big Golden Book of Dinosaurs. There's a lovely artistic representation of this. Nepheimer. Nephiheimer.
Nephiheimer and their 38 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Welcome, Nephiheimer and raiders, to Paleontologizing. How are you doing here? Welcome to the channel. Hello, Salxi Art, Lord of Remains. Sounds like you're in the right place. Remains to be seen here. Clank XY. And Soul Eater 3104. Marika 937. Marika, did you have something to do with this raid? And Nephiheimer, thank you for raiding it. How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. For anybody who might be new here, like you, Branded Dio, thank you for that follow. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. This is actually how I make my living as a paleontologist, by streaming here on Twitch, talking about dinosaurs, talking about fossil science in general, answering viewer questions, all that good stuff. So, yeah, holy cow. I'm glad you're here. And we played Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. Well, Nephiheimer. I hope that was a ton of fun. Holy cow. Yeah, the developers from that game sent me an early review copy, or I had special access to it before it went live, I think. I think that was the case with them. I know that Prehistoric Kingdom, I got an advanced copy. I think Dinosaur Fossil Hunter too. Anyway, yeah, good group of folks, those developers there. Fun stuff. I hope you enjoyed it. I am a dinosaur paleontologist myself, so I actually go out into the field and dig up dinosaurs. Like I was doing this summer. We were just talking about that earlier. Here's footage of some of our live streams from this past summer, digging up dinosaurs in Utah. There we go. There's a lot of young, but also a lot of investment in the young, too. Like actually caring for the nest, looking after the young and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you've got to, you got to look at those when they make this.
Well, here's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland right here.
We'll go way out and see that in the lab, but we know its aerial extent. And now let's just kind of get this out of the way so we can go down and put a cap on it.
So digging up dinosaurs is a lot more complicated and time-consuming than it is in the Dinosaur Fossil Hunter game. But I admire that they... Well, that people think that what I do is cool enough, that dinosaur paleontology in the field is cool enough to make a video game based on it. But I also appreciate just like the love and attention that went into that. It makes me really happy as a paleontologist, you know? And I appreciate that you gotta jazz it up a little bit to video gamify it, you know? And I think they did a good job of that. Anyway, Nephiheimer, it is great to have you here. We've got a bunch of new folks here who came in with the raid. Would any of you like to see a welcome video? Like you, Soul Eater?
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
Thank you for the follow. Would you like to see a welcome video? Type a 1 in the chat if you would like to see a welcome video with previously recorded Danny. Not the same one that we watched earlier in the stream. Different video there. Well, okay. There we go. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours. We call him Previously Recorded Danny. And he'll tell you a little bit about who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So he's sneaking up behind me right now. We'll turn things over to him for a couple minutes. Previously recorded, Danny. It's your time to shine. Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on a range, where the deer and the seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more, of course, to Neppeheimer for that awesome raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. It is, it's really good to have you here. Now, before you raided in, we were going off on an interesting tangent. I just received in the mail this lovely t-shirt and some postcards and a beautiful magnet from Muffzilla. So thank you again, Muffzilla. Check that out. These are the Cabazon dinosaurs, which is a roadside attraction in Cabazon, California. Like you see here.
They've been a part of our desert history since the 1960s and a part of Hollywood as well.
Yeah, you remember Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Creatures are on what was once a desolate stretch of Interstate 10 just outside Palm Springs.
Yeah, anyway, and so we were talking about the building of this and everything.
Cost him about $300,000 of his own money. The biomorphic building that was to become Dinny was first erected as a steel framework over which an expanded metal grid was formed in the shape of a dinosaur. All of it was then covered with coats of spray concrete. Bell was quoted in 1970
Here we go.
saying the 45-foot high, 150-foot long Dinny was the first dinosaur in history, so far as he knew, to be used as a building.
And it turns out this is not actually true, as just about any dinosaur paleontologist could tell you. And Snyder Tiger, thank you for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There's a place in Wyoming called Bone Cabin Quarry. Some really important dinosaur fossils have come from there. And this book has got a fanciful, not super fanciful, but slightly fanciful depiction of the original bone cabin. Right here. A house made of bones. Scientists used dinosaur bones to figure out what these ancient creatures looked like and how they lived. Jaw bones helped to tell how dinosaur chewed and what it ate, blah, blah, blah. But the strangest of all uses for dinosaur bones surprised some fossil hunters in Wyoming. One day they found a small building that looked rather like a log cabin. A sheep herder had built it for himself, but not from logs. He'd made it from huge dinosaur bones. Just beyond Bone Cabin, the fossil hunters discovered more enormous bones. Dinosaurs had lived and died there millions of years before. One of them was the giant Camarasaurus. And there is Camarasaurus right there, facing off against a hungry Allosaurus. I happen to have a Camarasaurus skull, 3D printed, just behind me over here. Here we are. This is a juvenile Camarasaurus skull, so from a young individual. 3D printed, not real. Real fossils, where do they belong?
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah, so I've got a 3D print here in my office. And then, that's Camarasaurus. And I've also got an Allosaurus skull. That's the meat-eating dinosaur that was trying to make a meal of that Camarasaurus. Let me switch to a different camera so I can show you that. That is right here. Pretty sizable critter, if you ask me. Pretty formidable skull. Look at those jaws. Allosaurus was the most common big theropod dinosaur from this time and place, from the Morrison Formation, late Jurassic of North America. Yeah. So this took a long time to 3D print, but that's one of the things that we do here on this channel, is 3D printing. And right now I'm printing part of the dome of a Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah. And this is definitely a diapsid, Pope, yeah. Dinosaurs are all diapsids. Diapsid sauropsids. Yeah. But anyway. Furry Photo says, is Danny going to take over the Fossil Home article on Wiki? I'm not familiar with that. Fossil. Yeah, can't say I'm aware of that one. How long did this take to print? This one took about, I think it was like 700 or 800 hours to print. Long time. By contrast, the Pachycephalosaurus skull that I'm printing right now is going to take about 80 hours. So this Allosaurus skull took about 10 times longer than that Pachy skull will, if that makes sense. But here's what we've got so far from that Pachycephalosaurus skull. We've got this, and then we've got the back. I'm just printing the part in between, that dome right there, is what we're working on right now. That should be done in about 4 or 5 hours. And then we'll have one half of the skull complete. Excited about that. Pope says, are these files public for printing? Some of them are. The Camarasaurus is that Archaeopteryx right there, this Deinonychus skull. If you have a 3D printer, you could find publicly available free files to print for a long time before you ever have to pay for anything. Yeah. Great, you got it working again? Yeah, I'm really happy that that 3D printer... I had to replace the heat bed thermistor on it. I did that on Monday night. I missed all of iOS's stream doing that. But, I don't know. I didn't miss it for nothing. I was able to get it working, so that's good. Yeah. Anywho, with that having been said, we were talking about some new dinosaurs today and some new dinosaur publications. And, shoot. I've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours at this point. We've not even started on Thursday BIRDSday yet. Today is Thursday, which means it is Thursday BIRDSday. Birds are themselves living dinosaurs. And Thursday is when we celebrate that. So let me find one of those. Here we go. I don't have I've been working on a new cold open video for Thursday BIRDSday. Or excuse me, a new video sting or video bumper, whatever you want to call it. I'm really happy with how it's going. I'm very excited to finish it. Probably needs a couple more days of work. So it's not ready yet. But oh man, I'm excited to show you when it's done. But for right now, let's just play one of the cold open videos, one of the Thanksgiving ones that I have. And we'll use that as a little intro for Thursday BIRDSday. How does that sound? So, happy Thursday BIRDSday. Let's get into it. Let's skip through the countdown thing and just get right to the video. There we go.
Thanksgiving?
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake, turkey and turkey.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Turkey.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that...
Turkey.
Well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
Oh, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're going to have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do, too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's going to have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. See, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving will never be the same.
You may think that this is a turkey. This is a dinosaur. Deinonychus has a pie just like that. A dinosaur, and no other animal, extinct or living besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs. We actually classify them as dinosaurs. We now call them non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So the non-avian dinosaurs are the big clunky ones that went extinct. Avian dinosaurs are our modern birds. You can't argue with it because we're the classifiers and we classified it that way.
If a little kid today studies all this in school, and they look up in the sky and see a bird and turn to Mom and say, you know, that's a dinosaur.
They're right.
They're right.
They're right.
Birds are dinosaurs.
So yes, indeed. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. One of the many days of the week when we celebrate the fact that birds are dinosaurs, but it's the one that rhymes, so Thursday BIRDSday. Here's how Thursday BIRDSday works, for those of you who are maybe new, haven't experienced a Thursday BIRDSday yet. Man, are you in for a treat. This is a special time. This is the one time of the week when I go through photographs and sometimes videos of birds submitted to the Discord by members of the community. So if you'd like to participate in Thursday BIRDSday, here's how to do it. When you're out and about during the week, hopefully spending some time in the great outdoors, away from the computer screen, pay attention to the birds around you. See if you can get a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a spectacular bird. Any bird will do. And it doesn't have to be a great photo. Any photo will do. Snap a picture of that bird, upload it to the Discord, and we'll talk about it here on Paleontologizing on Thursday BIRDSday. So without further ado, shall we get into some of those? And Green Herring, I love how you always show up for Thursday BIRDSday, Green Herring. I'm excited to see your bird today. It's always wonderful. And how dare you? All birds are spectacular. I agree, Green Herring. It's kind of what Thursday BIRDSday is all about. Well, first off here, we've got one from the Mayor of Space. A belted kingfisher. I love kingfishers. These live where I live, too. There's one that lives like a couple blocks from me. These little buggers are impossible to get a good photo of. Don't I know it? This is the best I could do. Oh, kingfishers are so neat. Yeah. They are called kingfishers because they fish for fish. They'll hover above the water like that, and then they go, vroom. They dive down and they catch fishes. They are super, super neat birds. Yeah. I don't really see the one near me hovering that much. It mostly flies over and then dives down. But, pretty cool. It's really neat that you've got them all the way over there in Florida, Mayor Space. We also have them here in the San Francisco Bay Area. But, they're really neat. They're actually related to kookaburras from Australia. Kookaburras. Belted kingfisher. Catching fish, perhaps? Let's take a look. There we go. A kingfisher being a king at fishing. Let's take a look. Oh boy, success. Nicely done. Did you catch like a sculpin or something? What is that? Wow. And sometimes they literally do just spear the fish with their beak. Like, the beak will pierce the fish. And, yeah. That's how they catch them. Look at it. That's brutal. It's just slamming it against that piece of wood there. Oh! Savage. Oh, man. Ugh. Need those sound effects from that video game. What is it like? Oh, savage. Killing spree. Oh, man. Yeah. And Big Poof, they are very happy. This might be the only thing this bird has to eat this day. In fact, that's probably a sizable fraction of the weight of this bird it's holding in its jaws right there. Yeah. Fatality. There you go, Spartan. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. It's going to knock the camera over. So this is the same bird that that Mayor... Oh, just gulp down the hatch. This is the same kind of bird that Mayor Space photographed. This is a belted kingfisher. They are super neat. And I did not know this, but apparently... Well, here's an Animalogic video. Check this out.
An aerial threat that can kill and eat its prey in the bat of an eye. A subterranean dweller whose lair is lined with the bones of its enemies. This killer cutie will fly like an arrow straight into your heart. This is the belted kingfisher.
Ah, they're beautiful. I love them. I'll give you a link to this video at the end, too. Don't let me forget.
Hi, my name is Arania, and you're watching Animalogic's World of Birds.
Excellent stuff.
Today, we're looking for the one, the only, the belted kingfisher. You've got to keep your ears open for this one. You might just hear it rattle right on by.
And it almost, you can almost hear a little bit of kookaburra in its voice. That kind of like prattle that it does. Because these are members of the same family. The kookaburra is the world's largest kingfisher. They are, they're pretty close to each other on the old Tree of Life. How is this the first time we've looked at our Tree of Life today? That's nuts. Here's the kookaburra. The laughing kookaburra there. Right. Yeah, they're nested deep on this tree. There you go, the laughing kookaburra. And then the belted kingfisher is not too far away. Take a look. It's just right over there. Yeah. These are both members of the kingfisher family. Kingfishers. There's 93 species of these guys. That's pretty cool.
Belted kingfishers are extremely successful predatory birds.
Yeah.
There are over 100 species of kingfisher distributed all over the world.
It's interesting. On that tree it says 93, but maybe it's counting some... Let's see. No, they're not going to count motmots as kingfishers. Anyway, even among living species, you will get differing opinions among different researchers about what constitutes a distinct species. And that's probably the case here. There are lumpers and splitters in taxonomy. Some researchers might consider one of these to actually be, like, shoot, there's 2 different populations. We're going to call those different species. There's gray areas here, I guess is my point. Yeah. So if there's gray areas differentiating species in a modern context with living creatures that you can hold in your hand while they're alive, you can take them into the laboratory and study them. You could take a DNA sample and sequence their genome. If you could do all that for living animals, imagine how much more difficult it is for extinct animals that we only know from oftentimes fragmentary fossils. No soft tissue, no DNA, not even a complete picture of their morphology, let alone things like coloration, plumage in the case of birds, stuff like that. It's a lot trickier for us paleontologists to determine who is the same species and who is not. So yeah. And welcome to the Discord there, Marika. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, and Green Herring says it changes too. eBird just did a huge taxonomy update. Really? Bunch of species split, etc. Very cool. Wow. Like, yeah, new bird species DLC. That's actually really cool, Green Herring. I need to get eBird now that I have a phone that won't explode when I try and install too many apps on it. Let me do that right now, actually, or at least make a note. Let's continue our video.
As long as there's a body of water and it's not frozen, they're likely to be there.
Not all kingfishers like wetland areas. There are some kingfishers that you'll find mostly in wooded or forested areas. Now, I know what you're saying, they have fish in their name,
cool.
But where are they getting this fish?
Well, not all kingfishers eat fish. They can eat grasshoppers, invertebrates, and some have been seen eating berries. Kingpicker just
Zebrafinch taxonomy changed to cool. Birds have been on me.
If you ask me.
Yeah.
They vary greatly in appearance.
Charlie's Dragon says the beaks of kingfishers are so distinct. Now that I'm aware of it, I could see kookaburra as a part of them. Oh yeah. It makes me so happy that you've made that connection there. Yes!
They can be minuscule, colorful cuties, such as the wonderfully dapper dwarf oriental kingfisher.
Huh.
Or they can be large and puppet-like, such as the laughing kookaburra.
Yeah.
So kingfishers are actually quite easy to find, mostly because of their rattle. So you'll hear a kingfisher before you'll see one.
But today, we're taking a look at the fisher king of the Americas, the belted kingfisher.
Nice.
Their range is immense, and they can be found from Alaska to Venezuela, though North America is where they reign supreme.
Yeah. So, yeah, looking at that map right there, Mayor Space down here in Florida, and me up here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Got belted kingfishers in both our regions. This is pretty cool.
Though North America is where they reign supreme. Canada is a productive breeding ground, and they've managed to fill nearly every river and lake. Their ubiquity has turned them into icons, and their image was used to adorn the $5 bill. Until they...
That is really, really cool. Holy cow. Big shout out to Canada right there. Patriotic pride. That's pretty incredible that they've got a bird on their money. Literally a dinosaur on their legal tender. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
They were bumped for some kids on a toboggan.
Oh, wait, what? Oh.
Ew.
Not great, Canada. What happened to you? Canada fell off. Some primates, you know, faffing around on some ice? No, bring back the kingfisher. Shoot. But we kept the loon. Well, at least there's that, SB. It'd be loony not to, you know? I'm glad you still have the loony. Murph says Danny has... Murph, some of my very best friends are mammals. Thank you very much. I, myself, happen to have some mammal heritage. No, we joke about these things, but I love mammals too, you know? The kingfishers don't vote. That's a shame, Mayor Space. That needs to be corrected. Yeah, nasty synapsids. There you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, it's all about the sauropsids, you know? Yeah.
So today, we're at the shores of Lake Ontario, looking for our local kingfisher.
Very cool.
What'd you see?
Probably just popped off the nest. It looks like
What'd you see?
Oh, I saw a baby red-winged blackbird. It's still got little tufts around its eyes, and its wings are so tiny.
Huh.
It really wasn't that hard to find them due to their loud and unmistakable call.
Yeah.
And of course, their unmistakable look, from which they get their name.
For these belted kingfisher, it's females that have that characteristic orange belt.
Males are just a nice, bright blue.
Interesting. So Mayor of Space spotted a female, it would seem. Oh, wait. No, maybe not. Maybe I was reading a blue belt into that where it doesn't actually exist. Let's see. Or a red, rusty rufous belt. I don't know. Yeah. Huh.
They have a white face and a blue-gray band across their chest. In most bird species, males are the colorful ones, as they use their fancy outfits to attract females, while females are usually more dull-looking, but have better camouflage.
The fact that kingfisher males are less brightly colored than females.
Does this mean that the males take care of the young and the females don't? Like in the case with tinamous, I wonder?
Females is actually an unusual event in the bird kingdom.
This area right here is prime kingfisher territory.
Oh yeah.
It has clear, shallow water and trees directly above it. Kingfishers, as their name suggests, are OP fishermen. Their strategy consists of perching above the water, and when they see a viable fish or crustacean, they dive for it.
I wonder if they ever get
Belted kingfishers
amphibians.
Can also hover above the water when there aren't any good perching trees around. But in this case, this area offers all the branches they need. Their eyes are like telescopes that can spot very small prey from up to 100 meters away. Each eye has 2 foveas.
Oh yeah, very cool.
Prey. It sends a lot of information to the brain to help account for
We've
the
talked
refraction
about
of the
bird eyes
water,
before,
so they never miss.
and how birds would have
The others
inherited
better
those eyes from their
adapted to see
dinosaur ancestors.
underwater, allowing them to adjust their course upon entry.
Super
Inside
cool.
of their eyeballs, they have special oils, which are thought to reduce glare, helping them better spot fish underwater. And since their eyes are crucial to their survival, they protect them while diving.
That's such a cool piece
with
of footage.
Semi-translucent third eyelid.
Yeah, the nictitating
While
membrane.
looking for food, they're very,
Very cool.
territorial, and will let you know when you're cramping their style.
They eat
Like
frogs
I
too?
mentioned,
Makes sense,
the
diatoms, yeah.
kingfisher is known for its rattle, but when you spook a kingfisher enough or you make it angry enough, there is another sign. The kingfisher will raise its crest. Maybe that's to make itself look bigger.
And what do you know? In Mayor of Space's photo, it's got that raised crest. It's like, are you photographing me right now? Look how big I am. I'm huge, yes. Fish, there you go. Yeah.
Another thing, they have these little white patches right by their eyes. Even those get raised when the kingfishers are angry. They're really telling you to back off.
Once the coast is clear and their prey is spotted, they dive. During their descent, they can reach speeds of 40 kilometers an hour. Their long beaks break the surface tension of the water, and their slender bodies become hydrodynamic
It's like a bullet.
once they hit the water. Even their
That's
crest
super neat.
is slicked back to maximize speed. The result is a feathered torpedo of death. The fish won't even know what hit it. They take their fish to a tree and smack it around to kill it.
Like we saw in that other video,
Then
yeah.
they flick it up with a twirl, so they can swallow it in a single gulp. Finally, like any good fisher, it cleans off its beak.
They're skittish, not
kingfisher
sassy. In
takes
my
great
experience,
care of
too,
its weapon
Thomas
of
Day.
choice.
It's hard to get a good photo of them.
Belted kingfishers aren't huge. At most, they can get up to 35 centimeters in length. And yet, they can catch fish larger than that. When they catch fish longer than themselves, they swallow half of it, while keeping the rest hanging out of their mouth. Once the gastric juices have done their magic and dissolved the first half, they swallow the rest.
Wait, so you're really telling me that they have a dead fish hanging out of their mouth for literally hours while the front half of it gets digested? That sounds like an extraordinary claim. I feel like we need some stronger evidence there, you know? But, if anybody in chat can find a photo of that, I'd be very interested. Yeah.
After all the good stuff has been digested, they regurgitate pellets with
Actually,
all
it'd probably
the
have to be a
bones,
video,
claws,
huh?
and other non-digestible material. The Queen of England might not be impressed with their manners, but we'll just have to see who wins that evolutionary battle.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Shots fired. And you know what? Sorry, Royals. Kingfishers won. Or maybe 93 different species. Queen. Yeah. Yeah.
These pellets have a secondary purpose beyond making room for more fish meat. They're also great construction material.
Belted kingfishers are known to nest in banks and burrows. That's similar to what bank swallows do. What kingfishers do, though, is they dig a little burrow in the bank and then create it in an upward slope. In case the water levels rise too high and water gets in, the
Inbred
babies will be protected in a nice,
Not the kingfishers,
air
presumably.
pocket that the kingfisher mom has built for it.
The egg chamber is lined with the bone pellets as a form of insulation.
That's super cool.
That's right. Belted kingfishers line their burrows with the bones of their prey. It's the stinkiest nursery in the world. But it's surprisingly effective, and chicks become independent at just a month of age.
Wow.
Starting out with catching small invertebrates, and then moving on to catching fish on the shores of your local watering hole. Ah, seems like a nice life.
Anyway, very, very cool video. I'll give you a link to it right here. We got to continue on. We've got more birds to cover. That's our first one so far, right? From Mayor Space? Shoot. Judging by where the little progress bar is on this, we've still got a bunch left. So thank you, Mayor Space, for prompting this conversation with your excellent photo right there. I know how hard it is to photograph kingfisher, so nicely done. Alexander Morrison's got one for us. A great egret wandering around in a backyard trying to hunt lizards. Added in some background music to drown out the wind chop and constantly barking dogs in a nearby yard. Music belongs to Brian Eng. Excellent. Yeah, paleo artist Brian Eng. Oh, very fitting. Some good footage, too. Oh, man, the herons are so cool. Yeah. Ah, excellent. Very nice. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for that right there. Very, very nice. Good choice of music, too. I appreciate that. We just showed off Brian Eng's Dilophosaurus video earlier. and the stream today. Good stuff. Good stuff. And how tall is it? So great egrets can get pretty tall. Let's see. When you search, you know, non-avian dinosaur size, you can usually really easily find an image like this, but yeah, there we go. About that big compared to a person. When they stretch out their neck, they could be like easily up to your waist or higher, depending on how tall you are. Tall you are. They could be tall birds. Yeah. And they've got long legs. Long legs. They go all the way to the ground. Yeah. And I like that, Alexander Morrison. That was a good video and excellent choice of music, too. Appreciate that. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, not my image, but I figured I'd kick things off with a giggle. This is long-tongued kookaburra. Maybe this is an example of a kingfisher, a kookaburra. Just like digesting the front half of its prey. And then it'll continue to, you know, knock that back as more and more of it gets digested. That's wild. Wow. Good stuff, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. Yeah. Gonna have that snake hanging out for a long time? I guess so. Yeah. It's brought lunch for the week. Oh, man. And Green Herring says, I'm a week behind on my birdsdays, but I recently got a lifer that's too exciting not to share. An American bittern. Oh, good stuff. These are quite rare here, and they're usually very secretive, so seeing one walking around and fishing out in the open was a huge, huge treat. Bitterns have some of the best camouflage around. While it was still a bit deeper in the grass, I looked away for just a moment to wave another birder friend over, and when I looked back, I literally couldn't see it until it moved again, even though I knew exactly where it was. Makes me wonder how many times I might have walked right past a bittern without spotting it. Very cool. And bitterns are also part of family Ardiidae. They're related to herons, genus Herodias, and to egrets and critters like that. That is a beautiful photo there. Green Herring, very nice. And congratulations on another lifer. That is really exciting. Very, very cool. Bitterns are, oh man, are they cool birds. Yeah. I believe they are featured in the Heron's Handbook right here. Here we go. This is a book that I've actually referenced in an upcoming scientific paper. Still working on the manuscript. But yeah, good stuff. The Heron's Handbook. Do we not have a table? Oh, we do have a table of contents. So this has got herons, it's got egrets, and it's got bitterns. Yeah, cinnamon bittern, black bittern, South American bittern. American bittern, page 268. Yeah. $266, $268. American bittern. Stay away from me, American bittern. Birdie, let me be. There you go. Lovely illustration of this critter. They're super cool. I mean, the necks on herons and bitterns are just wild. They're nuts. Crazy stuff. Yeah. And yeah, forward by Roger Torrey Peterson. Yes, indeed, Neverwinter. Good book. You will see it in the references from an upcoming paper once I get that thing published. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Very, very nice. Green Herring, very nice. A gorgeous photo as usual. Bet you we can embiggen this even further, right? Look at that. Such an intense look around the eyes. What a cool bird. Thank you again, Green Herring. Excellent. Complete with the Kravitz moment. There you go, fish. Yeah. And their call is crazy? Should we look up what an American bittern sounds like? Here we go. I don't hear it yet. Almost sounds like a prairie chicken. Okay, that's pretty wild. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, let's try this one. We'll turn the sound down a little bit.
I think my favorite moment of hearing a bittern was one May morning before the first light. I picked out that soft, deep call, and there was the bittern right in the very middle of this little stand of cattails.
Huh. Wild noise. It reminds me of a prairie chicken. Super cool. Super cool. Yeah, Charcone, thank you for the heads up. They've got a really, really cool call. And Charcone says white-throated sparrow fertilizes the tree, then it's in, then belts out its signature somber tune. Sorry, I had so much trouble with that sentence. This was taken in spring. They still make the call in fall. I sometimes play this back to them. I love the little yellow streaks on their head. Very cool, Charcone. Oh, very nice. Let's hear that again. And let's turn up the sound here. Lovely, Charcone. This is really cool. Yeah. Old Sam Peabody? Oh, is that what people say it sounds like? Huh. That's really neat. Yeah. Very cool, Charcone. Very cool. A white-throated sparrow. I wonder how close those are to our song sparrows or white-crowned sparrows that we have here in the Bay Area. White-throated sparrow was, right? Yeah. White-throated sparrow. Now let's look for white-crowned sparrow. They're practically sister taxa. Very close to each other. That's really cool. Really neat. Now let's try song sparrow. Not too far away either. Very cool. Sparrows they're cool birds. I was going to say they're underappreciated. They probably are. Most birds are probably underappreciated if we're being honest. But sparrows have got a certain charm to them for sure. Oh, and very cool, Tony's baby. A mockingbird's nest right outside your door this year. I'm glad you were able to spot them. That's very cool. And those sparrows are everywhere in the winter on the East Coast. That's cool, Neverwinterful. I'm not familiar with them. And Charlie's Dragon, holy cow. A great auk. I now extinct bird. I could talk about these guys all day. And one of these days we will. I'll find an interesting anniversary for the story of the Great Auk, and then we'll do a whole stream on them at some point, I think. Yeah. And is it related to the booby? Not really, I don't think, Reanimated Bit. Here, let's see where they belong. They better be on this tree. They're recently extinct enough. No results found. What? Penguinus? Nope. They're recently extinct enough that we have, like, I'm sure we have their whole genome sequenced, but here. Great Auk phylogeny. So they're most closely related to the razorbill, according to this cladogram right here. So let's look up the razorbill, I guess. Razorbill. Yeah, there we go. Razorbill. So these guys are, I think, are probably pretty far from, for instance, like a blue-footed booby. Yeah, they are pretty far away. Huh. So I guess a blue-footed booby, another, critters like that, they're like things like gannets. They're probably closer to penguins, aren't they? Cormorants? No? Why did I think I saw penguins there? Penguins are way over here. Anyway, yeah. Interesting stuff. Oh, that's a sad one, Charlie's Dragon, but thanks for posting it. We'll talk about great auks at some point in the future. Yeah, the original penguin. Yep. There you go. It's not related to penguins, but that's where the name penguin comes from. Thing says someone put out food for these seagulls. They did not appreciate me stopping to take pictures. Oh, they sometimes don't. I don't know what kind of gulls these are. I'm not good at identifying gulls. Gulls are a little bit of a blind spot for me. Actually, they're a big blind spot. I don't know what gulls these are. Even very experienced birders have trouble with gulls. Yeah, as Neverwinterful says, gulls are tough. And they hybridize with each other all the time and stuff like that. So, yeah. The flying kind of gull. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. It doesn't look like a ring-billed gull to me, because ring-billed gulls, in my experience, don't have that dark band around their neck. Nor do they have the, well, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, but Green Herring says it looks like a ring-billed. Okay, I guess I'm wrong. Shoot. Again, I don't know my gulls well enough. Yeah. And didn't we do a Great Auk stream? We did a stream about... Maybe we did. I know we did a dodo stream a while ago. And let's make it official Great Auk. You know what? Let's... Okay. I'll respect that spending of channel points there. Let's find a video on the Great Auk. Yeah, the tragic end of the Great Auk. Here we go.
The penguins are amongst the most renowned groups of animals in the world. They only inhabit the southern regions of the planet. Some even call the polar regions home. The name penguin, however, was borrowed from another type of flightless bird, one that used to inhabit the opposite side of the globe. Penguinus impanis, or the Great Auk, is a species of alcid that lived in the North Atlantic coastal waters, from Western Europe and Greenland to the coasts of Canada and the US. The
really wide range on these critters,
but has now fallen into relative obscurity when they vanished from the North Atlantic shores in the 19th century. The great auk was the largest alcid that survived to the modern era, standing at 75 to 85 centimeters tall and weighed about 5 kilograms. It has a general physical resemblance to the penguins, despite not closely related. This painting shows variation in egg markings and seasonal and ontogenetic differences in plumage.
Even uses the word ontogenetic here. This does seem like a very underrated YouTuber there, Dr. Tara. Good stuff. Yeah.
Its behavior is not well known, since the great auk has never been described by modern scientists. Accounts by sailors are the primary source of information about the great auk's lifestyle.
You know, they were flightless.
The great auk was reported to only leave the waters for land only to breed. They even roosted at the North Atlantic waters. They required rocky islands, far enough from the mainland to avoid predators such as polar bears and humans, but close enough to rich feeding areas, with sloping shorelines that provide easy access to the sea. These strict requirements meant that nesting sites are limited. It is believed that the great auk never had more than 20 breeding colonies. Only 7 localities of breeding colonies are known to man.
Thanks,
They
Mr.
nested
Dago.
in
Appreciate the
extremely
alert.
dense and social
Good luck.
colonies, and are believed to have mated for life. The pair laid one egg on bare rock and take turns incubating the egg for 6 weeks until the young hatched. The hatchling's appearance is not known, since there is no specimen that exists today,
Jeez,
but it
don't
has
even know
been
what their babies
described
look
as
like.
grey and downy. After 2 to 3 weeks, the parents left the nesting site but continued to care for their chicks until they fledged.
So this is wild. This is a bird that it is extinct. Like most of the creatures that we a lot of the creatures that we talk about here on Paleontologizing, like fossil organisms. And there are blind spots in our knowledge about them because we don't have specimens of, like, the young. It reminds me of a fossil critter in that regard. You know, it makes me like this beautiful animal even more.
The great
Truckhorn,
auk
I've
is
got your
estimated
deep
to have
dive,
a
yes.
maximum
We'll do that
population
too.
in the millions. Since at least the 8th century, the great auk had been hunted on a significant scale for food and for its down feathers, which was used to make pillows. By the 16th century, the nesting colonies along the European side were nearly gone due to excessive hunting. In 1794, to protect its devastated population, the Great Britain banned the killing of this bird for its feathers. On the North American side, the great auks were still more abundant, but things weren't going particularly well for them either. American down collectors initially preferred eider down, but since the eiders were nearly driven to extinction in the
Shigeti Gamer, thanks for being
1770s,
here. I'll
they
see you next
switched
time.
to the great auk. The auks virtually disappeared from the North American coasts in the 1800s. The small remaining individuals in Europe still struggled to survive. As its rarity increased, so did its price. Rich Europeans wanted to buy great auk skins and eggs, as both were highly priced collectibles. The loss of a large number of great auk's eggs to collections contributed to the extinction of the species. On the 3rd of June 1844,
Once again, the wealthy ruining things for everyone.
off the coast of Iceland, on LD, the last breeding pair was killed by fishermen while incubating an egg, upon a request from a merchant who wanted specimens. The 2 parents were strangled and the egg smashed, ending the last known breeding attempt of the great auk. The pair then became the last preserved specimens of the great auk. Unfortunately, today, the whereabouts of these skins are unclear. Following its extinction, the value of great auk specimens increased significantly. A specimen was bought in 1971 by the Icelandic Museum of Natural History for $21,600, which was the most expensive natural history specimen ever sold at that time.
Wait, when was this? 1971, yeah, shoot.
Today, 78 great auk skins and approximately 75 eggs remain. Some argued that the period of regional cooling in the 14th to 19th century, known as the Little Ice Age, have reduced the great auk's population. But recent evidence show that even without the environmental threat, massive exploitation by humans alone could have been sufficient to cause its extinction.
Well, that seems obvious.
It is truly ironic how the Europeans' interest to preserve the great auk within their personal collections instead accelerated the total disappearance of the bird from nature.
Yep. The same thing happened with bison here in North America, where I actually made a video about this at one point. I never finished it, but talked about the near extinction of the American bison, and how when it became clear that like all of this just absolutely disgusting, shameful slaughter of these animals those are bison skulls right there. There was a concerted effort by the US government and by the railroad companies to try and wipe out the bison. Not necessarily that, you know, wiping out the bison wasn't really the point, but they were trying to, it was an act of genocide. They were trying to wipe out the Native American peoples who relied on the bison for food. And so there was just massive industrial scale slaughter of these animals. And it was immensely profitable for the people who would sell their skins, and their skulls were ground up for fertilizer, as I remember. Just truly horrifying. Anyway, when it became clear that bison were disappearing, when they were becoming increasingly rare, museums on the east coast of the United States, like the Smithsonian, realized, shoot, we don't have any bison specimens. We don't have any skins or skeletons or anything like that. And, like, they're going to be extinct soon, so we got to send some people out there to shoot the last of them so that, you know, so we've got some specimens for our museums. And so they did. And bison were essentially extinct in the United States. Extirpated, you would say. The species did not go completely extinct. And that's thanks to the Canadians, apparently. There were some bison that had crossed the border into Canada, and some of them were rounded up, and, you know, and cared for there. Protected. That's why we have bison today, is because of some forward-thinking Canadians, when people here in the States were just, you know, absolutely bloodthirsty, you know? Just drunk on destruction. Gotta love the commoditization of the natural world and its creatures. There you go, Alexander. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and yeah, the passenger pigeon, another classic example. Anyway, let's finish out this video with the great auk.
The great auk was a unique animal, a one of its kind. With its extinction, the penguins no longer roam the icy waters of the north.
It's not a true penguin, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Charlie's Dragon, thanks for posting that. And Roseanne, thank you for requesting a deep dive on this dinosaur, the great auk. Now we've got another deep dive request from another chatter, from a truckhorn. And that is right here. The Spix's Little Blue Macaw. Also, a creature threatened with extinction, but returning to the wild. Take a look at this. Hopefully, a happy story here. After many decades, the Spix's macaw is returning to the wild. Next week I go to Brazil because in 2 weeks, we will release the first 8 Spix's macaws in the wild after 22 years of absence from their habitat. The Brazilian government has created nature reserves there for them. Poaching and loss of natural habitat have driven the Spix's macaw to near extinction. A team of international experts have spent years breeding the rare species. And now with our partner in Germany, the ACTP, we have built breeding centers. And so birds that were born in captivity are sent to Brazil to be released into the wild. The 8 Spix's macaws kept in the Pairie des Zoo are not accessible to the public. So here the birds are on a breeding program. And so here, they are out of sight, so they don't become used to seeing humans. They have no contact even with the keepers. The Spix's macaw could be the first bird species reintegrated into the wild by humans. This experience shows that if you really want to, you can save a species. Obviously, it is also important to remember that it is because of us that it was going extinct in the first place. So I think it's a good lesson for people to show we can do this, but also stop. We have to stop threatening other species. It's a lovely story, and I really hope it's been going well. Here, let's take a look at this from 3 weeks ago.
This is Bird Note.
Is this like
Even
a podcast
if the name
kind of deal?
Spix macaw doesn't ring a bell, you might recognize this bird. It's Blue from Rio, the animated film.
But he's about to
Oh.
discover how rare he really is.
I never saw that.
The last male of his kind. I have a kind?
Also known as the little blue macaw, they're medium-sized birds with a gray head, intense blue plumage, and a black and robust beak.
18-year plan to reestablish the population. Interesting,
characteristic
Chuckmore.
feature of these
Oh.
macaws is their voice, a short and raspy "Caw!" However, by the late 2000s, the bird's voice went silent. They were considered extinct in the wild. Since the 19th century, Spix macaws have been hunted for the pet trade. They lost much of their habitat, the Caatinga, a semi-arid region in northeastern Brazil. To make matters worse, an introduced bee species competed with them for nesting sites. A group of Brazilian and German conservationists saved a few individuals. They began a captive breeding program with just 7 birds.
Beautiful birds.
But after 20 years of breeding, success! Biologists raised the captive population to nearly 200 macaws. They had to be trained to fly, find food, and recognize predators in the wild.
Huh.
In 2022, the Spix Macaw Release Project set free 52 individuals into their ecosystem in Brazil. Their distinctive voice rang out again in the Caatinga. For Bird Note, I'm Lucina Melesio.
That's beautiful. So Godspeed, little birds. I really, really hope that they're able to recolonize their habitat there. Yeah. Here, a little bit more footage of the facility here.
The Spix macaw flying in the wild again for the first time in 22 years.
If you have operation like something like
We've watched this video before. Yeah.
around the world.
We have birds from Germany that come in. We have a population that is breeding here.
This makes me so happy that
We're doing examinations on the Spix macaw that we're planning on releasing later in the year.
for as dismal and greedy and bloodthirsty as human beings can be, you know, there's good in us too. There are people who in this project are devoting their lives to make sure that this species does not go extinct. to make sure that future generations of people will be able to see future generations of these birds in the wild. And I think that is reassuring, you know? There's hope for us as a species, you know?
The Spix macaw, coming from an arid zone, makes it very difficult to maintain them in the wild. So we're trying to restore the habitat that is in the region.
Quando a gente faz projeto de reintrodução, projeto de conservação, é importante para a vida do sertanejo, mas também para a vida de tantas outras espécies, né?
Look at all these passionate, driven people.
As maracanãs, elas são da mesma família que a ararinha azul.
All working toward a common goal here.
Então ela serve para a gente como modelo. Então a gente utiliza as maracanãs porque elas têm os mesmos hábitos. Então elas vão saber se alimentar nesse local, usar esse ambiente.
They all help work with the community, talking about education, getting them to know what we're trying to do, why we're trying to conserve. Planting, fencing off areas to goats, sustainable farming, those I think are the key factors.
So this is a breakthrough, a moment for us actually moving the birds from the breeding facilities and from the flocking aviaries into these release aviaries. We've been working non-stop for many years now to get to this point.
This is not something that happens very often. The macaw, which has been extinct in the wild since 2000, so 22 years. There's been no project like that before.
Pretty cool.
So yes, we're close.
The very best of luck. Thank you, Truckhorn, for redeeming that dinosaur deep dive on the Spix's macaw. I appreciate that. Wish them all the best. Thing with those gulls there. Very nice thing. Thank you for posting that also. Good stuff. Gulls are underappreciated birds. Unless you happen to live in Utah, then they are revered as gods. Almost. But yeah, Truckhorn says, thank you, Danny. It was a nice counterpoint to the Grey Dog. It was. That was perfect timing there. It all came together, Truckhorn. Thank you. Bet Medler says, at our cabin in northern Minnesota for barely a day, and I've already had return visits from pileated woodpeckers and a flock of dozens of pine siskins, as well as dark-eyed juncos and others. Black-capped chickadees are among my favorites. It's amazing how they survive when winter temperatures here can drop to 40 below zero. Yeah. Very cool. And this is a... Is that a black-capped chickadee right there? Its underbelly looks so yellow. It might be, though. Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel like they looked like that in Montana. But I could be wrong. Anyway, chickadees are really cool. And 40 below zero. Well, chat, holy cow. Is that 40 below zero Fahrenheit or 40 below zero Celsius? Does anybody know? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Got to be a big difference between the two of those. I'm kidding. That is where the two scales converge. Fahrenheit and Celsius. Negative 40 is where they come together. It's not Kelvin, Musa. Negative 40 Kelvin. Wouldn't that be like 40 degrees below absolute zero? Yeah, better not be Kelvin. It's not Spartan, no. But Fahrenheit and Celsius, negative 40 is the same for both of those. And when I lived in Montana, we had one winter, I think it was the winter of 2013 and 2014. It was negative 40 for like almost a week. It was crazy. It was significantly colder in Montana than it was in Antarctica. Partly because it was, summer in Antarctica at that time, but, you know, we're having Antarctic temperatures in Montana. It was nuts. Yeah. So, yeah, it can be brutal. It can be, Matt Medler, yeah. And chickadees can survive that. It's amazing what they can do. I wonder if I can find a little video of that, actually. Chickadee temperature. Yeah. Trying to find you a short video. Check this out.
Think we humans are good survivalists? We may have some great skills, but other animals have some amazing adaptations that make them into real experts. Stay tuned to the end of this video for a perception challenge. Here in Wisconsin, USA, it's the middle of April and it's still winter. The chickadee is out here in the wind and snow, sharing its world with other birds and mammals. Small, cute, and friendly, they are among the first that will come to a new feeder. And if you sit still long enough, with a handful of sunflower seeds, a chickadee may very well be the first one to land upon your fingers.
Yep.
But this tiny bird has long mystified scientists. Because of its small size, it has a lot of surface area relative to its body mass. Translation? It should get cold very quickly.
Yep.
Yet chickadees overwinter here in Wisconsin and even up into Canada.
They don't leave.
And Alaska.
Yeah.
During the day, they're active, keeping warm with a hot blasting metabolism. But what about at night, when Alaskan temperatures dip down to negative 40 Fahrenheit Celsius and lower?
See, there you go.
A human being would be dead in a couple of hours without proper clothing, gear, and shelter. So how does this tiny golf ball of flesh and feather manage to survive the night? Folk wisdom had a ready answer. The story goes that chickadees gather in groups at night, huddling together in a hollow log or other shelter.
Not true.
Their mutual heat is shared, keeping them alive through the night. But scientists studying the birds haven't found any evidence for the huddle theory.
Nope, it's not true.
They have, however, managed to uncover a few of the chickadee's real secrets. First comes a hearty appetite. The chickadee forages for seeds and insect eggs and needs to eat almost constantly during the day. They'll even take to an animal carcass, where they especially relish any fat that they can find.
And so, yeah, you might not think of these birds as being like scavengers like vultures are, but they will eat up a dead animal if they get a chance. Yeah, and I think, if I remember correctly, they can actually shut down part of their system at night, almost in the same way that like hummingbirds do, in order to make it through the night. They like slow their heart rate and everything else, and
all this eating helps them to gain weight during the day. Wildlife ecologist Margaret Clark Brittingham from the University of Wisconsin found that chickadees weighed in the morning had virtually no body fat.
Whoa, what?
Later that afternoon, they were bulging with fat. What she observed was the equivalent of a 180-pound person waking
like me. Yeah, sometimes they weigh more than 180
in the morning, eating like crazy, and gaining 18 pounds by late afternoon. Then comes night, and all that extra fat is burned to keep the chickadee alive.
Jeez.
Even with those fat reserves, the chickadee would be frozen stiff by morning. So they have to find a well-insulated place to sleep. Biologist Susan Sharboe from the University of Alaska Fairbanks fitted small radio bands onto chickadees and followed them to their nightly roosts. All the birds that she studied flew to birch trees and nestled into small holes. Nestled in its nighttime home, the chickadee delivers its final surprise. It drops its body temperature,
there you
going
go.
into controlled hypothermia.
Yep.
Their normal temperature of 100.
So what is it called? Is it called torpor? I think it's called torpor, is what hummingbirds do. And is that the right term? Torpor? Yeah, Spartan says torpor. Yeah. I think chickadees do the same thing. Yeah.
8 degrees Fahrenheit slips down 10 or 15 degrees. They enter a sort of torpor, reducing their metabolism and shivering to keep warm. This combination of excess body fat, a cozy hiding place, and their ability to reduce their temperature makes the chickadee an expert survivalist.
Pretty awesome.
I wish I could do that.
What a neat little dinosaur. Pretty incredible. Yeah, we got to continue on, though. And beautiful photo there, Bette Midler. They are such cool little critters. I love chickadees. We don't have them where I live. That's one of the birds that I miss from when I lived in Montana. But yeah, pretty cool. They get absolutely bullied by blue jays. Yeah, SP. Blue jays can be... They got a lot of moxie, for sure. And Dr. Tara says, a bald eagle. First one I saw in USA in the wild, cruising past my workplace and had to admire it and remember to take a photo. You luckily took some great 4K resolution pictures before it quickly cruised by. What's going on here? Masterpiece. That's Dr. Tara. Look at that. Wow. Did you organize this with other members of the community? To make me wonder what's going on here. Dr. Tara. Oh boy. You know, this is like that experiment that you do with, you know, like members of a cult where, I don't know, all the other members of the cult will say, yes, 2 + 2 = 5. And you're like, well, no, it doesn't. But eventually, everyone else telling you that it does, that doesn't even matter if you believe it or anything. You just, like, start agreeing with them. So yeah, wonderful bald eagle there, Dr. Tara. Truly an astonishing photograph. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Yeah. We've got a Cooper's Hawk here from Heptacularaptor. Wonder what its new name will be? New name, what? Oh, that's right. For some birds, they're changing the common names. Which, I don't know. As a scientist, it's like, well, big whoop. What I really need to do is start learning the binomials of some more of these birds. Because I get really mixed up about the common names anyway. Common names are kind of useless, in my opinion. It's all about those binomials. But very nice, Heptacularaptor. That is a beautiful photo. This lovely, hungry bird of prey. Very cool. You can see its claws and everything. Look at those eyes. In the shade, those pupils getting really big. So watches out for its prey. Really, really neat. It's a beautiful photo there. Heptacularaptor. Very nice. Yeah. They always look a bit concerned. They kind of do, don't they? Birds of Denon, yeah. Yeah. The I should be a young Cooper's Hawk, says Heptacularaptor. Interesting. So the eyes become less yellow through ontogeny? Huh. That's cool. Birds of the Dawn says, Finch stood really tall one day, and I'm still laughing to this day. Look at that. He's like you know, an old-timey theropod from an old painting. Up on its hind legs like this, dragging its tail on the ground. That's really nice, Birds of Denon. I like that a lot. Zebra finches are, oh man, they're fun. I like them. I'm a dinosaur. I mean, he is. Catatoon, yes, indeed. Yeah. And Thing 102, thank you for being here. You get some good rest. I'll see you next time. Truckhorn says, almost forgot to post me bird. A mourning dove buddy in my beautiful backyard. Why did you italicize backyard there, Truckhorn? Are you new to having a backyard and just really proud of that? Because that's cool, if so. Oh, man. Mourning doves. It seems like pretty much every week we get a mourning dove photo. These are birds that are pretty comfortable around people, but they're just charismatic enough where you're like, I gotta get a photo of that bird. I like them. Mourning doves are a lot of fun. Very nice, Truckhorn. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. A nice shrubbery. Yes, indeed. Look at that. That incredible. Look, we've got a blue vessel here. A milk crate. Or something. I don't know if that's quite a milk crate. We've got a water feature. And some foliage. Look at this landscaping here. Pretty incredible. That's beautiful. I wonder how much all of this landscaping and everything costs. It's beautiful, Truckhorn. Thank you for sharing. And Murph, Mama Murph's Menagerie, and Quaker, and a Quaker close-up. Well, look at all of those beautiful theropods there. Look at them. Oh, I love chickens. They're such cool animals. They really are. Yeah, and there's a Quaker there. 2 Quakers. Famously pacifistic and communitarian Quakers will even accept ducks into their ranks. Gotta love the Quakers. Yeah. But yeah, very nice, Murph. Very nice. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Murph. Good stuff. You know, it's cool how some of the birds that are closest to us and we're most familiar with, like ducks and chickens, it's just interesting how, you know, they kind of bring birds so close to our homes. Like, these are often domesticated creatures, and they've still got those, you know, that dinosaurian ancestry. We might think of birds like chickens and ducks as being mundane, but recognizing that they are living dinosaurs, I think, makes them a little bit more exotic, a little bit more interesting. It's cool to think about. And a tree swallow. Oh, that is a great photo, Great Sag. Swallows are so cool with their, like, sleek, streamlined shape and those long caudal feathers. It's pretty cool, Great Sag. That's pretty cool. I find that tree swallows, in particular, are very difficult to get good photos of. Yeah, but I managed to get a few. I think it was like a year ago, maybe, or maybe 6 months ago. I forget. But I was out with some birders, people who know a lot more about local birds than I do, at Lake Merritt in Oakland. And there were 3 different species of swallow that were flying down to collect mud from the banks of Lake Merritt, the shores of Lake Merritt, to bring back and build their nests. There were barn swallows, of course. There were green swallows, and there were tree swallows, all in the same spot, and they were all swooping down, picking up beakfuls of mud, and then flying back to wherever their nests were. It was pretty cool to see that. I've never seen 3 species of swallow all in the same spot. I was not able to get as good a photo of any of them as you got right here, so very nice, Great Sag. Well done. Yeah. Summertime at a park in Pennsylvania. Very nice, Sag. Very nice. And Furry Photos has got a very old pic of a kookaburra I took while on holiday in Perth. Again, talking about those kingfishers like earlier. Look at that kingfisher beak. Look at how sharp it is at the end, and how it's got like a little bit of a, it's got a little bit of an upturn to it at the end for holding on to large prey, things like snakes, lizards, mammals, whatever they can catch. Kookaburras can be formidable hunters. Yeah, if they were like 3 times as big, they'd probably eat us, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Very cool, furry photos. Thanks. That one, yeah, you've got a watermark on there, furry photos. Photography for the modern pet. That's super cool, furry photos. Beautiful photographs here. Really nicely done. You could see the reflection in its eye and that soft focus behind that bokeh effect. It's lovely. I like that a lot. Nicely done. Yeah. And Roseanne says an Australian kookaburra at the sanctuary. Yeah, listen to that call. One more time. Very nice. Very nice, Roseanne. Beautiful. And some game pieces I picked up. Oh, Reese, look at all these. Some bird photos of a different kind. I see a puffin. I see a nuthatch. I see what looks like a black-capped chickadee. Some kind of hornbill. A kookaburra, of course, and a frogmouth. A tawny frogmouth. I'm not sure who the pinky purpley guy is. Or who the guy is up top, but these are beautiful. Really cool, Risu. Very nice. Yeah. And Catatoon, thank you for sharing one too. Very nice. I took this picture at the Baltic Sea some years ago with a cruddy camera. I really stood right in front of the bird and it didn't mind. Oh yeah. Gulls like this are accustomed to being fed by fishermen and stuff, so you'll walk right up to them. And yeah, they don't care. Great black-backed gull, very young specimen, first year look. When fully grown later on, it will have intense yellow, huge beak, and blackish gray back and wings. The adult Larus marinus, yeah, is a huge bird. It's one of the biggest of the gulls, right? It is very impressive in all its appearance and behavior toward humans. I love going to the Baltic Sea on a regular basis just to watch seagulls. Maybe look up some photos online to see a fully grown gull. It is so distinct. You will not forget this one. It's the first I could remember a name when I was a kid. Very cool. You know a good deal about birds. I'm impressed, Catatoon. Thank you for posting. Thank you for giving us a beautiful bird to wrap up Thursday BIRDSday there. Larus marinus. Yeah, they get big. Holy cow, do they get big. As far as gulls go. Ah, they're lovely. Yeah. And I love just how much attitude gulls can have, too. Yeah, one of my favorite images ever. Yeah. Fight the power. This is not a black-backed gull. This is some kind of smaller gull, I presume. But, gotta love it. Tracone says, where's your picture? I didn't really take one this week, you know? Yeah. Actually, I'm sure I did photograph some birds this week. I didn't have one picked out. I don't know. I've been busy. I'm still trying to catch up after SVP and TwitchCon and everything else, but yeah. Do you want to see pictures of birds that I took? I figured we just kind of transition into just letting this be a thing for the community. But yeah, I don't know. Yes, please? Well, let me look through my photo reel real quick. Google Photos, let's see what I got. What is the most recent bird picture that I took? Let's see, this would have been last Friday. Really weird looking bird under the water there. See one wing there and one wing there. There's the tail. There's the head. Yeah. This is Myleobatus californica. Not sure which bird group it belongs to, but oh, sorry, it's not a bird, it's a bat. It's a bat ray. Yeah, I've been really thrilled to see more of these recently. They've returned. There's a photo right there of a bat right here. But these live not too far from me. No, let me find you an actual picture with a bird. Oh yeah. Here is a rare and beautiful bird. I took this photo from inside the dining room of my apartment. And there is Columba live, a rare and beautiful African rock dove. So there you go. Yeah. And I'm sure I've got some other bird photos from this week too. Or from the last week, rather. Yeah, that heron picture didn't really turn out. Here we go. When I was at TwitchCon, when we were at the hotel, there were these birds. I'm not sure what they are. They might be Brewer's blackbirds or grackles or something. But they kept swooping down and drinking out of the swimming pool. It was really fun to watch them. They were big, too. They're bigger than the blackbirds that we have here in California. Cowbird, maybe, says Charcone. Could be. Maybe I can find you a better photo here. Yeah. There we go. And right there, really long beak on it. Long tail, almost reminded me of like a magpie or something, but not quite as long as a magpie. Yeah. Green Herring says grackle. Oh, okay. Leninus looks like a grackle. Neilf says grackle, maybe. Well, there you go. Yeah. Those are some of the birds that I've photographed during weeks that we've had Thursday BIRDSdays, and I've been neglectful of posting my own bird photos or showing them. Yeah. Oh, the red-winged blackbirds in California? Yeah, Hennies, those are cool. How they don't have the yellow like red-winged blackbirds have in other states. Unique population. Yeah, probably on their way to becoming a new species. Anyway. It's about time for me to become fed. I'm gonna eat some dinner pretty soon. So yeah, everybody, thank you for everything today. And a very happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. I can't wait to finish the Thursday BIRDSday video sting opener. And I'm looking forward to maybe working on that a little bit tonight. Maybe tomorrow too. Maybe it'll be done by next week. We'll see. I'm excited to share it. We're gonna, I think, have another rollicking game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist, or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire review game tomorrow. But until then, let's go ahead and start wrapping things up here. There's an Archaeopteryx, famous fossil bird, to run our credits over. And don't go away just yet. We are gonna raid into somebody else. Who else is on Twitch right now? Let's see here. Let's see. It is a birds kind of evening. So we might go say hello to some owls. Let's do that. Yeah. And Semi-Sprite, hey, welcome. I'm streaming again tomorrow, so feel free to tune in then. But you came in just in time to watch some owls streaming on Twitch. They're going to be flying back and forth to the nest, and that's not an owl. What is that big ungulate mammal there? Well, you'll have to join the raid and find out. Everybody, thank you for a wonderful stream. I hope you had fun today. I know I did. I hope you learned something. Thank you to the followers, the moderators, the raiders, the lurkers, the chatters, the question askers, the subscribers and gifters and cheerers. Maybe most of all, thank you all for helping make this possible through your financial support. I appreciate you more than you know, so thank you. I gotta go make myself some dinner, but you take care. I'll see you tomorrow for our last stream of the week. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Let's go check out some owls now. See you there.